we give a bit of a background. Then we, on page 2, on page 3, we deal with the purpose of re-examination. Then on page 4, we deal with the nature of the evidence that the state seeks to re-examine the witness on. Then on page 6, we give an explanation as to why the movement report was not presented when the evidence in chief was given by the witness.
Okay.
And lastly, we deal with the interest of justice. Not coming to page 1, paragraph 1.1.
Yes.
We mentioned that the crisp issue at this stage of the proceedings is whether the state can be allowed to re-examine a witness by introducing the records of the automated vehicle location, what is also referred to as the movement report. Paragraph 1.2, we mentioned that insofar as may be argued that this is new evidence, the state makes a formal application to the court to be allowed to re-examine the Sergeant Mukhani on the AVL records. In paragraph 1.3, we mentioned that the defense put it to Sergeant Mukhani that on the 19th of June 2020, while he was transporting the accused in a Toyota Fortuner en route to Moroka police station, he took a detour and stopped at a place near a filling station, near a directional board to Alberton, where the accused was assaulted. They proceeded to a dumping area on the way to Alberton, where there were steel stairs and poles, where accused number 2 was further assaulted. That they thereafter proceeded to Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital, where Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu was picked up. Thereafter, they proceeded to an empty space at Orlando, where there were disused ATMs, where accused number 2 was further assaulted. That Brigadier Gininda appeared with some documents, and the accused was forced to affix his thumbprint on them, and thereafter they proceeded to Moroka police station to complete the process, as the accused did not affix his thumbprint on some pages. Paragraph 1.4, we submit, my lord, that these allegations are so serious that they ought to be investigated, and if the AVL records can assist the court in the determination of these issues, that it is in the interest of justice that this evidence be allowed at this point in time. Paragraph 1.5, we explain, my lord, that AVL is a computer-based vehicle tracking system used to monitor the movement of vehicles in real time. It helps to determine and transmit the geographic location of a vehicle in real time, and we make the point, my lord, that as it were, it's an eye in the sky. Paragraph 1.6, we make the submission that the AVL records will therefore show if there was any deviation along the route to Moroka Police Station. And we, in paragraph 1.7, we mention that the AVL records are therefore a silent witness. In paragraph 1.8, we argue, my lord, that it will not be necessary to await that a witness from the trekking company should testify first, as such evidence is usually given in a form of a 212 statement. In other words, just a formal statement stating that a tracking device was installed in a particular vehicle which provides vehicle location information, and that witness gathered or retrieved information from their system and would normally state that they attach the vehicle movement information for a particular period. And that's purely, my lord, to authenticate the movement report. And we argue here, my lord, that the Sergeant Mohani can authenticate this information as he was the driver of the vehicle in question and has testified as to the route that he followed, which is contained in the movement report, the AVL. We make the submission, my lord, that he can therefore validate the information provided in the AVL report as reliable. And we mentioned, my lord, that at this point in time, there's nothing that stops Sergeant Mohani from commenting on the movement report that we intend to re-examine him on. And we make this point, my lord, that even if it were argued that it is hearsay evidence at this point, we refer to Section 3 of the Hearsay Evidence Act, subsection 3 thereof, which provides that hearsay evidence may provisionally be admitted in terms of Section 1B if the court is informed that the person upon whose credibility the probative value of such evidence depends will himself testify at the proceedings, and provided that if the person does not later testify, then such evidence can be disregarded. And we argue here, my lord, that and we've also indicated to the defense that this witness statement will be handed up in due course. And in under point 2, we deal with the purpose of re-examination. And we quote Section 1661 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, which reads as follows. And the heading there is cross-examination and re-examination of witnesses. We mentioned that under point 1, an accused may cross-examine any witness called on behalf of the prosecution at criminal proceedings, or any co-accused who testifies at criminal proceedings, or any witness called on behalf of such co-accused at criminal proceedings, and the prosecutor may cross-examine any witness, including an accused, called on behalf of the defense at criminal proceedings. And we put an emphasis on the following: and a witness called at such proceedings on behalf of the prosecution may be re-examined by the prosecutor on any matter raised during the cross-examination of that witness. And this is, my lord, the exercise that we're trying to embark upon. And a witness called on behalf of the defense at such proceedings may likewise be re-examined by the accused. Point 2, we mentioned that re-examination is the right which may be exercised when cross-examination is complete, as in casu, by the party who called the witness. The purpose of cross-examination is to clear up any point or misunderstanding, to correct uncertainties or wrong impressions which flowed from cross-examination, or to supplement something which did not come out fully. And here we refer to Himstra Criminal Procedure, the 2023 version at pages 22 to 61, as may have occurred during cross-examination. Under paragraph 3, we mentioned that re-examination is a useful mechanism to place a full and fair version of the witness evidence before the court, and thereby to get to the truth. And we refer to the case of Ramolope. The citation appears there. And under paragraph 4, this is now the basis upon which the current application is premised. New matters can be canvassed only with the leave of the court, which may allow further cross-examination on the new evidence, hence the state's application. Under paragraph 5, we submit, therefore, that no prejudice will be suffered, as the defense will be allowed to further cross-examine Sergeant Mohani on the AVL records. Paragraph 6, we therefore request, with the leave of the court, to re-examine the witness, Sergeant Mohani, on the AVL evidence. And my lord, we mentioned that the evidence will only be confined to the route traveled by Sergeant Mohani on the 19th of June, I'm sorry, there was a typing error, should be 19 June 2020, whilst transporting accused number 2 to Moroka Police Station and thereafter to First Lawrence Court. Under paragraph 3, with the heading Nature of Evidence Sought to Re-examine a Witness on, we've already made the point, my lord, under paragraph 3, that AVL is computer-based vehicle tracking system. We're not going to rehash it here. Under paragraph 3.2, the defense for accused number 1 and 2 objects to this re-examination on the basis that it's new evidence. And I suppose other counsel who might also. Under paragraph 3.3, we mentioned that the state contends that it is not new evidence. That now should read not new evidence, yeah, okay. As during cross-examination of Sergeant Mohani, the defense put it to him that he was transporting accused number 2 in a Toyota Fortuner vehicle, and whilst en route to Moroka Police Station and eventually First Lawrence Court, he stopped near a filling station near a directional signboard to Alberton, and that they were joined by Constable Butelezi and Mapumlo, who were driving a Nissan hardbody. That Constable Jonathan also joined them driving in his vehicle. That accused number 2, so the version goes, was then taken out of the Toyota Fortuner and put in the vehicle of Constable Jonathan. that accused number 2 was then placed in the right rear seat of Constable Jonathan's vehicle, and that the late Sergeant Mabena sat at the left rear seat and Constable Buthelezi stood at the right rear door next to the accused, and that Constable Jonathan pushed the driver's seat backwards towards the knees of the accused, accused number 2, and pressed the knees very hard. It was further put to him that the late Sergeant Mabena used a silver-colored Truett's plastic to suffocate the accused, whilst Constable Buthelezi was blocking accused number 2 from leaving the vehicle. Paragraph 3.4. It was put to Sergeant Mohani that from that place they proceeded with accused number 2 to a dumping area on the way to Alberton, and all the cars then stopped at that particular place, that there were steel chairs there with steel poles, that the hands of accused number 2 were handcuffed at his back, and were then, when they reached that place, they were taken off, and accused number 2's one hand was then handcuffed to a steel pole, and his jacket was then taken off. It was then put to the witnesses that the assault continued, and that accused number 2 was poured with water on the front part of his body, that Brigadier Gininda arrived in a white BMW with female Sergeant Mohola and another person in braces. Accused number 2 was then electrocuted by Sergeant Mabena, Constables Buthelezi and Jonathan taking turns, that when the plastic was removed from the face of accused number 2, he was bleeding from his nose. It was put to Sergeant Mohani that he did not participate in the assault at the garage or the steel place, but that he moved away when accused number 2 was assaulted, and came back and said, and we quote, "Yekelan Diman," we close quotation. Paragraph 3.5. It was put to the witnesses that there was then a meeting, and they drove to Soweto, that Sergeant Mohani, accused number 2, and Sergeant Mabena drove into the premises of Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital, where they met Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu. That Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu was with his wife and a child, and he gave his car keys to his wife. That they then drove with Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu to Orlando and stopped at an empty area where there were disused auto-teller machines. The cars were then parked, and accused number 2 was taken out of the Toyota Fortuner, and the assault continued. Brigadier Gininda then arrived with Sergeant Mohola and opened the boot of the BMW and sat on the edge. He took out certain documents and gave them to Colonel Rapadu, and accused number 2 was forced to sign those documents by affixing his thumbprint. And that from the 16th of June 2020, the accused was not 2020. The accused number 2 was not in the right state of mind because of the assault. Paragraph 3.6. It was put to Sergeant Mohani that there were pages on which the thumbprint of the accused were not affixed. Hence, they proceeded to Moroka Police Station to complete the process. As already intimated, my lord, we make the submission that these allegations are so serious that they need to be investigated, and if the AVL records can assist in the determination of these issues, it is then in the interest of justice that the evidence on AVL be presented to determine if these serious allegations are true or not. And here, my lord, we're referring to the re-examination, that Sergeant Mokhane be re-examined on those AVL records. And under paragraph 4, with the heading explanation as to why the evidence was not led in evidence in chief, paragraph 4.1, we mentioned that the AVL records were only received on Friday, 3 November 2023 at 9:47, after the evidence in chief of Sergeant Mokhane had already been concluded. And we attached the email from Brigadier Gininda in this regard. And we mentioned under paragraph 4.2 that the AVL records were immediately disclosed to the defense when they came to hand. Paragraph 5, under the heading the interest of justice. Paragraph 5.1, we respectfully submit that it is in the interest of justice to allow this evidence to determine if the proposition put to Sergeant Mokhane that he took a detour and stopped at 3 places to allow the accused to be assaulted is true or not. Then, my lord, we refer to the case of Hepworth that has been traversed in these proceedings. 1928 AD 265 at 277, where the court held that criminal proceedings are not a game in which one side is entitled to claim the benefit of any omission or mistake made by the other, and that the duty of the trial judge is not only to direct and control the proceedings according to the recognized rules of procedure, but to see that justice was done. We also refer to the case of State versus Sheikh and others. We give the quotation there, where the court held as follows, and we quote, "The applicant stressed that they place their reliance on the general right to a fair trial, which, as this court has held, extends beyond those specific rights enumerated in subsection 35(3)(a) to O of the Constitution. The right to a fair trial requires a substantive rather than a formal or textual approach. It is clear also that fairness is not a one-way street, conferring an unlimited right on an accused to demand the most favorable possible treatment. A fair trial also requires fairness to the public as represented by the state. It has to instill confidence in the criminal justice system with the public, including those close to the accused, as well as those distressed by the audacity and horror of crime. We also refer to the multi-choice case versus the National Prosecuting Authority and another. We give the citation there. Even if this case dealt with the right of the media to access the proceedings, the comments that were made by the Supreme Court of Appeal are opposite in this matter. And we give a quotation there in paragraphs 13 to 17. Our Constitutional Court has been vocal regarding the protection of the rights to a fair trial. Indeed, any accused person who appears in a court of law facing any charge has the constitutionally guaranteed right to a fair trial, which includes the foundational values of dignity, freedom, and equality, which are central to a fair trial. And in this regard, the Constitutional Court referred to the case of State versus Zukuza and others, where the court confirmed that the right to a fair trial is a comprehensive right and embraces a concept of substantive fairness, and that at the heart of the right to a fair criminal trial and what infuses its purpose is for justice to be done and also to be seen to be done. And we close the quotation. And we also refer to the case of Dlamini, Dlada, and others, Joubert versus Kitekat. We give the citation there. This case was given in the context of bail application. However, the remarks by Judge Krichler are opposite, wherein he describes what is meant by the phrase interest of justice, and he said the following, we quote, this is a useful term denoting in broad and evocative language a value judgment of what would be fair and just to all concerned. And we close the quotation. We therefore submit, my Lord, with respect that the state be allowed to re-examine Sergeant Mukhani on the AVL. I mentioned on Friday that the state may as well lead the evidence through other witnesses, but the fact of the matter is that Sergeant Mukhani will then have to come back to then give his comment on such evidence. We submit that the balance of convenience at this stage in the interest of justice, my Lord, will be served if Sergeant Mukhani is allowed to be re-examined on the vehicle movement report. Okay. These are our submissions, my Lord.
Thanks. Yes, Mr. Ngomezulu.
My Lord, firstly, my Lord, I wish to express my apology for my non-appearance due to the circumstance that I was not feeling well to come to court, my Lord.
Okay, fine.
Court pleases, my Lord, may I beg leave to hand over the heads of argument for in relation.
Yes, thank you.
Court pleases, my Lord, the heads of argument in relation to accused number 1 and 2, because that will actually even touch the movement of Mr. Mukhani in relation to accused number 2. They are structured in this manner, my Lord. Introduction, it deals with the gravamen of the objection or issues. My Lord, it has been submitted. We'll submit that the application by the state to re-examine Sergeant Mukhani on the evidence or on the document of an AVL does not find fairness and justice because he is not a competent expert in the field of the tracing and the tracking systems. Our heads of argument are structured as follows. Firstly, paragraph 2.1. There are two state witnesses which has testified about the escorting of Sergeant Mukhani and the late Sergeant Mabena to various places. Their oral evidence was not supported by AVL records, and as such, why would it be significant to re-examine Sergeant Mukhani differently from other witnesses who were escorting Sergeant Mukhani and the late, including the accused person? May I substantiate my argument in the following manner, my Lord? In this case, I would submit that the defense is relying on the submission made by the state in their heads of argument to the effect that the the reason for the recalling or tendering this new evidence is based on the version of accused number 2. The case of the state, my lord, is not founded on the version of accused number 2. This version is put to the witness to counter the evidence given orally by Sergeant Mokhane. And my lord, this is a documentary evidence which by submission was supposed to be discovered prior to the matter being set down for hearing and during the discovery of relevant documents. On paragraph 2.2, my lord, it is contended that secondly, the nature of the AVL records requires an expert who will be able to explain the synopsis, functioning, and the recording of the AVL system. Thirdly, the state has not laid the basis of the AVL's report, and the state has not established the agent who tracked the motor vehicle or the movement of the Toyota Fortuner as from the 16th of June 2020 to the 27th of October 2020 and beyond. The role of an expert witness and the evaluation of the expert witness. An article was drawn from Tools and Trade, it's headed 3rd March 2021. The expression expert witness is ordinarily used to refer to a witness whose opinion and the reasons on which they are based are admissible in evidence in litigious, technical, and scientific nature, enables such witness to draw inference and form views in circumstances where a court or a tribunal is unable to do so reliably unless it receives an assistance or guidance from someone with expertise on the relevant subject matter or in that particular field. My lord, it is further submitted that in case this proposition has been supported by R. Vessels Vilbro and another, 1957, Volume 3, SA 223, AD, page 228, from G to H. It was held that a party intending to call or calling a witness to give expert evidence of the kind discussed, he is required to furnish the other party with a summary of such witnesses' opinion and reasons thereof. In this case, my lord, nothing has been furnished to the other party as contemplated by or as provided in the case of R. versus Vilbro. I would submit further that before we proceed, the state, after having discovered this document on the Friday, which it has already submitted, was not a reasonable time for the state to produce such a document or to discover such a document, and as such, there is no summary of such witness in leading his opinion of the records. In the case of Schneider NO versus Automobile Association and another, Judge Davis also referred the well-known South African textbook of the law of evidence, Zephyr, in Paces and Skien, the South African Law of Evidence at page 330, where the learned authors thereof, citing the English judgment of National Justice Campania, Nivera, South Africa versus Prudential Assurance Company Ltd, outlines the duties of an expert as follows. An expert evidence presented to the court should be and should be seen to be the independent product of the expert, uninfluenced as to the form or content by the exigencies of litigation. In this case, my Lord, I would submit with respect that Sergeant Mokhano is not a neutral person in giving assistance on the evidence of these AVL recordings, on the basis that he is a team investigating this matter, and his conclusions will always be biased. May I further make a submission in terms of the above mentioned case? An expert witness should provide independent assistance to the court by way of objective, unbiased opinion in relation to matters with his expertise. An expert witness should never assume the role of an advocate. An expert witness should state the facts or assumptions upon which his opinion is based. He should not omit to consider the material facts which could detract from the concluded opinion. An expert witness should make it clear when a particular question or issue falls outside his expertise. In the case of MTV versus MEC Health, the Pretoria High Court once again placed the issue of expert evidence firmly in the judicial spotlight. Focus was squarely placed on the requirement for expert witness to provide the court with an objective and unbiased opinion as possible based on their expertise. What is common cause between the parties? There is a common cause between the state and the defense that the evidence to be led requires an expert evidence. Sergeant Mokhane is not an expert in the AVL system or recording or systems, my Lord. They're supposed to be records. But for investigating team in the matter of Senzo Meyiwa under case number 636 of 10/2014. Submissions by counsel for accused number 1 and 2. It is submitted with due respect that the evidence of the AVL recordings does not exist in vacuum, that the kind of expert evidence requires an expert who is not biased and does not have does have an independent and impartial conclusion and inferences. As discussed supra, the tracking agents must assist the court with expert opinion which may be admissible as evidence. The expert to which the state has not convincingly brought, the evidence to which the state has not convincingly brought its case on the admissibility or of confessions and or of pointing out, it is my humble submission that the state case on the trial, within the trial, be argued and finalized after the testimony of Brigadier Gininda. There is no law available justifying the limitation of Section 35(1) of the Constitution and Section 35(5) of the Constitution for non-compliance with the provisions of Section 217, 1A and 217, 1B, Roman figure 2, respectively. The evidence of any nature in these proceedings may be utilized in the main trial, and in the event the above honorable court find in favor of the state by ruling on the admissibility of the alleged confessions and pointing out the expert evidence causes an unreasonable delay in the finalization of this trial within the trial. In conclusion, even if an expert can be called therein, there is no likelihood to assist the court drawing inferences, a reasonable conclusion on the face of the produced or discovered document or copies of the AVL records, dental reports. Furthermore, when looking at the AVL reports, it does not stipulate exact places where the said vehicle went and stopped at. My Lord, this is the summary of the heads, which I would like to beg leave, my Lord, to supplement in this fashion. In respect of the element of prejudice, it is my submission, my Lord, that the time in which this document is intended to be introduced by the state in these proceedings on its own is irregular, and the accused persons will suffer prejudice because the basis for which this application is made is to reintroduce an evidence to rebut the version of accused number 2. Accused number 2 will still come and testify if a need arises, and the state will have an opportunity to rebut the evidence that is placed under oath by accused number 2. My Lord, it is further submitted that one must look at the reasonable time, the reasons why it was not discovered timelessly. I would reiterate in my submission by saying, if an expert witness is called, firstly, to place the authenticity of the document before this honorable court, secondly, to assist the court in drawing inferences and conclusion on the recordings, it is of pivotal importance that any submission or any evidence given by the should not be given, or should be given a preference to an independent somebody who does not investigate the matter. Hence, if Sergeant Mokhano has to give evidence or his view, that view cannot hold water in terms of the admissibility of such expert or of such recordings. My Lord, I would submit further before I sit that a judicial discretion is also required to be exercised when this application is brought, and to the extent that its nature, the nature of this application, must not be seen to delay the proceedings of this case. The reasons for saying that is because the state had an opportunity to investigate all the necessary information, either on factual base and on technical and scientific evidence that is purported to be used before this honorable court. And my submission further, my lord, is that it would be prudent if the court were to rule in favor of the state to recall the previous witnesses, Mr. Mapumulo and Mr. Sadike or Mr. Jonathan, so that their AVL recordings must also be brought before this court on record and must also be challenged. And furthermore, my lord, the evidence of this witness, to the extent of canvassing the logbooks and the pocket books of the witness, may also suffice in order to corroborate the evidence in which the state intends to lead this witness. Unless there's anything that your lordship wants me to address.
No, thank you. Mr. Mnisi?
As we have maintained on behalf of accused number 3, we don't have any submission to make. We shall abide by the decision of the court. Okay, yes, thanks. Mr. Mkumalo?
My lord, I've prepared my heads of arguments. May I beg leave to hand them to the court?
Yes.
My lord, my heads are not an objection per se, but
They're not?
they are not an objection per se, but I wish to render my services as an officer of the court.
Yes, good. I appreciate that.
I've also discussed my position with my colleagues.
Yes, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I will start with the introduction, where I deal with the facts. Paragraph 1. During the trial and in the trial into the admissibility of a statement made to Lieutenant Colonel Rapad on the 19th of June 2020 and to the magistrate, Ms. Cronje, on the 24th of June 2020, pursuant to the provisions of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, the state led the evidence of Detective Sergeant Mohane, who is one of the investigation officers. 2. The evidence of this witness is to the effect that he booked out accused 2 on the 18th of June 2020 to conduct an interview in the boardroom that will be at Valeria Police Station. Subsequent to the interview, he traveled with accused number 2 following his alibi in the company of the late Detective Sergeant Mabena. The copies of the occurrence book register, open bracket, SAP 10 close bracket, in respect of the accused 2 in this exercise were submitted, entered into the record as Exhibit NN. 3. Detective Sergeant Mohane testified that on the 18th of June 2020, when they were traveling with accused number 2 to his workplace in Carltonville, Rustenburg, and begged to detain accused 2 when they received a phone call from Brigadier Geninda, who informed them that they had to take accused number 2 to Lieutenant Colonel Rapatu at Moroga Police Station for purposes of a statement. 4. It is common cause that they were traveling in a Toyota Fortuner with registration plate FV47LRGP, which was driven by Detective Sergeant Mohane. Detective Sergeant Mabena and the accused 2 were passengers. 5. The defense assertion is to the effect that the vehicle in which accused number 2 was traveling took various detours where accused number 2 was assaulted and tortured by various police officers and later made to sign a document, Exhibit HH, on the portions that were not signed at Moroka Police Station. 6. The issue for determination is whether the state can use the AVL record of the vehicle that accused who was traveling in re-examination of the witness for the first time when such was not raised under cross-examination. Under paragraph B, I deal with the applicability of law to the relevant facts. I deal with the provisions of the Constitution. 7. Section 35 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Act 108 of 1996, deals with arrested, detained, and accused persons. The provisions of Section 35(3), which deals with accused persons, provides as follows. Section 35(3). Every accused person has a right to a fair trial, which includes the right, small letter B in bracket, to have adequate time and facilities to prepare a defense, small letter I in bracket, to adduce and challenge evidence. C. The provisions of the Act, paragraph 8. The time-honored sequence of our adversarial system of cross-examination in chief, cross-examination and re-examination is enshrined as far as criminal trials are concerned in Section 166(1) in bracket of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, which reads as follows. Section 166, which deals with cross-examination and re-examination of witnesses. Subsection 1. An accused may cross-examine any witness called on behalf of the prosecution at criminal proceedings, or any co-accused who testifies at criminal proceedings, or any witness called on behalf of such co-accused at criminal proceedings. And the prosecutor may cross-examine any witness, including an accused, called on behalf of the defense at criminal proceedings. And the witness called at such proceedings on behalf of the prosecution may be re-examined by the prosecutor on any matter raised during cross-examination of that witness. And the witness called on behalf of the defense at such proceedings may likewise be re-examined by the accused. Close quotation. Paragraph 9. The right of a party to re-examine his or her witness is therefore a favor granted by the court. Is therefore not a favor granted by the court, but a legal right, statutory entrenched. The accused is called to testify in a criminal trial, is a witness on behalf of the defense, and is entitled to rely upon Section 166, subsection 1 in bracket. Paragraph 10. As far as the right to re-examine the witness is concerned, the operative word in Section 166, subsection 1 in bracket are of any matter raised during cross-examination of that witness. Paragraph 11. 2 points emerge from an analysis of the quoted words. Firstly, there is a statutory right to re-examine on any matter if it is raised during cross-examination. These words of very wide compass, any being a word of wide and unqualified generality. See R. versus Hugo, 1926 AD 268 at 271. Paragraph 12. Secondly, the right to re-examine a witness on any matter is only limited to the extent that it was a matter raised during cross-examination of that witness. The contextual meaning of any matter raised during cross-examination of that witness cannot lead to misunderstanding. Paragraph 13. It will result in the absurdity that if any matter were raised during cross-examination in chief and the witness were cross-examined thereon, no re-examination would be permissible. This will be a denial of a time-honored rules relating to examination of witnesses acknowledged in our courts from the inception of the adversarial system. Paragraph B, the object of re-examination. At paragraph 14, generally speaking, the object of re-examination is small letter a in bracket, clear up any point or a misunderstanding which may have occurred during cross-examination. Small letter b in bracket, to correct wrong impressions or false perceptions which may have been created in the course of cross-examination. Small letter c in bracket, to give the witness a fair opportunity to explain answers given by him under cross-examination, which if unexplained may create a wrong impression or be used to arrive at a false deduction. Small letter e in bracket, to put before the court a full picture and extent of facts elicited during cross-examination, or to give the witness an opportunity to correct patent mistakes made under cross-examination. 15. Re-examination can be and frequently is a very important mechanism for presenting a full and fair picture of the evidence of a witness and thus of arriving at the truth. Paragraph 16. After cross-examination has been concluded, the side that called the witness is given an opportunity to ask questions. This is done according to the rules which apply to re-examination in chief. Questions are limited to the field covered in cross-examination. Paragraph 17. If counsel wishes to deal with new matters that is not arising from the cross-examination, he requires the leave of the court. This is in nature of fresh examination in chief and gives the opposing party the right to cross-examine again. Paragraph 18. Re-examination is not limited to questions broached for the first time in cross-examination. In this regard, see State versus Ramalope, 1995, Volume 1, SA 616A at page 619 to 620H. Re-examination is a useful mechanism to place a full and fair version of the witness's evidence before court and thereby to get the truth. This was also said at State versus Ramalope at paragraph 620, at page 620, paragraph B to C. Prejudice. Paragraph 19. With regards to the test to be applied to an application to reopen, see Oosthuizen versus Stanley, 1938 AD 322 at 33, and Barclays Western Bank Limited versus Guinness, and another 1981 Volume 3 SA 91N at 95C to 96H. Paragraph 20. The consideration mentioned by the courts include the following: the reason why the evidence was not led timeously, the degree of materiality of the evidence, the possibility that it may have been shaped to relieve the pinch of the shoe, the possible prejudice on the other side, including such factors as the fact that a witness who could testify in rebuttal may no longer be available, the stage which the proceedings have reached, and the general need for finality. In this regard, see State versus Farthan, 1999, Volume 1, SACR 481 SCA, at 486, paragraph G to 487B. Conclusion. Paragraph 21. The provisions of Section 173 of the Constitution provide that the Constitutional Court, the Supreme Court of Appeal, and the High Court of South Africa each has the inherent power to protect and regulate their own process and to develop, taking into account the interests of justice. Paragraph 22. The role of a judicial officer is central to a criminal trial. The competency and impartiality of a judicial officer are substantive matters which affect and determine the fairness, in bracket, or lack thereof, close bracket, of a trial. Where there is a demonstrable lack of either on the part of the judicial officer, it cannot be said that the accused had a fair trial. It is appropriate to refer to a well-known dictum of Carl Lewis, J.A. in R. versus Hepworth, 1928 AD 265 at 277, regarding the role of a judicial officer in criminal trials. And I quote, A criminal trial is not a game, and a judge's position in a criminal trial is not merely that of an umpire to see that the rules of the game are observed by both sides. A judge is an administrator of justice. He is not merely a figurehead. He is only to direct and control the proceedings according to recognized rules of procedure, but to see that justice is done. My Lord, simply, there are two issues that I have raised in my heads of argument.
Yes.
One is that if the state intends to re-examine the witness, Sergeant Mukhane, on the document, it has to seek leave from the court. Seek leave from the court to open the re-examination. Secondly, if it decides to call Sergeant Mukhane later in the evidence, it has to show that the evidence, why the evidence was not led timelessly, the degree of materiality of the evidence, the possibility that it may have been shaped to relieve the pinch of a shoe, the possible prejudice to the other side, including such factors as the fact that a witness who could testify in rebuttal may no longer be available, the stage which the proceedings have reached, and the general need for finality. Those are my submissions.
Okay. Any response, Mr. Baloyi? Oh, sorry. Mr. Mshololo.
Thank you, my Lord. I've got no submissions, my Lord.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I didn't see your head. Yes, any response?
As a court, please, my Lord, we just wish to respond to two issues raised by counsel for accused number 1 and 2.
Yes.
Firstly, he contended that the AVL report should have been disclosed right at the outset when the rest of the statements were disclosed. My Lord, the version of the accused was only put during the trial, within the trial. Before the matter is enrolled, we only sit with confessions and pointings out. We don't know what the version of the accused is going to be. We don't know whether there's going to be a trial within a trial. So the state only became aware of what the version of the accused is during the trial within a trial. The second point relates to expect evidence, and this is stated in page I think it's page 3. In conclusion, Advocate Ngumazile makes the point that if an expert witness can be called, there is no likelihood to assist the court in drawing inferences or reasonable conclusion on the face of the produced or discovered copies of the AVL, or I suppose the inclusion of dental reports was a mistake, as we only deal with the AVL. Fact of the matter is, Sergeant Mukhane is here. He's able to comment on the AVL reports, and Advocate Ngumazile on page 2 of his heads made the point on expect evidence, its role, and how it should be approached. And my Lord, in this instance, one wonders whether one can regard AVL as expect evidence in the traditional sense of the words, because these are just a report on the movement of a vehicle. It is as it were, a fly against the wall that monitors the geographical location of a vehicle. We've indicated what the nature of a statement will be from the company that installs the device. So, my Lord, it's just merely a report, that it helps to determine where a vehicle was at a particular point in time. And as we've indicated, my lord, Sergeant Mokhane was the driver of the vehicle. He's able to tell this court as to which route they traveled. This AVL report is merely supplementary to indicate whether the evidence of Sergeant Mokhane is correct or not. Thank you. As well.
Thanks. What's your time there?
11:34.
Hello?
11:34.
11:34. Okay, let's go out for 15 minutes. I want to thank counsels for the heads of argument prepared with regards to this matter. Right, in the nature of things, I've also prepared some notes concerning the ruling I must make. As crystallized by the state, sorry. The state intends applying, and it indeed applied, to call the evidence of Sergeant Mokhano pertaining to what is related or narrated by the state as the automatic vehicle location system. The state has argued that this evidence relating to the requirement by itself to re-examine Sergeant Mokhano concerning this automatic vehicle location system is not new evidence. The state argues that this evidence arises from the cross-examination and the assertions put and made against Sergeant Mokhano by Mr. Mngomezulu, when he put it to Sergeant Mokhano that his client was taken to various locations after having been taken from the Pretoria police station with the intention of being taken to the Boksburg court, but allegedly Sergeant Mokhano, who was the driver of a vehicle identified and put to him by Mr. Mngomezulu as a Fortuner, white in color, with a hard body. And this is the vehicle which Mr. Sergeant Mokhano concedes, accused number 4, was transported in. Consequently, this evidence, this piece of evidence, regarding the fact that this vehicle, the Fortuner, SUV, is not new in the sense that it is interlinked to the evidence of the automatic vehicle location system, because that system forms part of the vehicle allegedly driven by Sergeant Mokhano. And this is the assertion which is put by Mr. Mngomezulu, for instance, that this vehicle was driven to various locations. And during the stops at these various locations, it is also put to the sergeant that he was assaulted by, amongst others, Mabena, Jonathan, etc. And consequently, that's why this court is saying, strictly speaking, this is not new evidence, in the sense that when you talk about the automatic, the AVL system, it is part of the vehicle which was used by Sergeant Mahano and his colleagues to transport the accused to various locations with the intention of assaulting him in order to coerce him into making a confession. The other aspect which this court has to deal with is the fact that when the re-examination of the sergeant was being done by advocate for the state, he had only just finished testifying in chief and having been taken under cross-examination by Mr. Ngomezulu. In the same court, this is not a case where you find a witness testifies and is cross-examined, and allegedly the cross-examination and the re-examination is finalized, and the witness moves out of court, goes to the Kruger National Park for a holiday or to be employed there. And after 3 months, 6 months, the state gets a brainwave to recall that witness. No, this witness is contemporaneously and instantaneously testifying in this court. When Mr. Baloyi launches an application to re-examine this witness on the system, which allegedly tracks, he says it's an eye in the sky, it tracks the movement of the vehicle. This court must start maybe with the fact that once the prosecution has decided, after gathering evidence, to prosecute a person, the Constitution of this country kicks in. So too does the National Prosecuting Authority Act kicks in. And at that time, the state then is seized with presenting evidence to this court in order to prove its case against an accused person beyond a reasonable doubt. And also Section 35(5) of the Constitution kicks in, because after the accused has been charged and prosecuted, he is entitled to be given an opportunity, a full-blown opportunity, to rebut the state's case and to challenge any evidence which is adduced by the state. And don't get me wrong, there is no onus on the accused to prove his innocence. The onus reposes always on the state. So the duty of a prosecutor is to place material evidence, material relevant evidence before this court in attempting to prove its case against a particular accused. And correspondingly also, although it is not an onus on the accused has the right to place evidence before this court challenging and rebutting the evidence which was led by the state. And the accused also is entitled to adduce evidence to contradict and countervail the evidence which is led by the state. And these are interactive constitutional duties. The court, after having listened and heard the evidence adduced by both parties, this evidence obviously assists the court in ascertaining what the truth or where the truth lies. Consequently, this court must hear all the evidence, if it is available, and if it is material, and if it is relevant. In Cooper, de Toit, de Jager, Pijzer, Skien, and Van der Merwe, the commentary on the Criminal Procedure Act, in relation to section 150. This is what the learned authors say regarding the reopening of a state case. And in this case, the state case is not closed, and I dare say the state case in some instances can be closed. And the state, if there is a cogent reason and exceptional circumstances, can launch an application to reopen its case and recall evidence or further adduce evidence of a witness who never even testified in that case. If it is in the interest of justice, the SCA has held that that exigency should be allowed. But like I say here, we are not even dealing with that exigency. For instance, in the case of Joseph Molula, it's case number 074/2014. It was heard on the 18th of August. The judges were Brandt, Busielo, Zondi, Fori, and Matopo. In this case, it was already on appeal at the SCA. You can read it. It was already on appeal at the SCA when the state made an application to adduce new evidence right in the SCA after the case was argued. Now that tells you how potent the interests of justice govern our law relating to fairness and fair play. And the only debate the court had in this regard was whether the further evidence should be adduced in terms of affidavit, or the court must be remitted back to the High Court for that evidence to be heard. But the principle is, as late as that stage where, a person was sentenced to 15 years imprisonment, and it transpired in this rape case, allegedly, the lady was infected with herpes, but the attorney who was defending the gentleman who allegedly raped her and infected her with herpes, no medical examination was conducted because of that exigency. And this case was handled by my brother Mushidi. The SCA said that exigency is so important because it's determinative of whether that person will be acquitted or not. And in fact, after this gentleman was examined, it was found that he does not have herpes. So he couldn't have had intercourse with this lady. But I'm just trying to demonstrate how far the scale goes. Sorry. So the paramount reason after the state has decided to prosecute a person is that the state must conduct such prosecution without fear, favor, or prejudice. That is the duty which is imposed on Mr. Baloyi. And that the state should not take improper shortcuts in the presentation of the case for the state, and that proper evidence must be made available. Proper real evidence should also be produced, because the prosecutor is enjoined to act with objectivity, and he's enjoined to protect the public interest, and must purposefully take all the reasonable steps to ensure maximum compliance with the constitutional obligations, because a prosecutor has an obligation to ensure that an accused's right to a fair trial is protected. And this is so because of our constitutional adversarial criminal law justice system. Consequently, the prosecutor must carry out his professional functions with a discretion, and his decisions must be taken judiciously, impartially, and objectively. Consequently, I now address the question whether this evidence relating to a report of the AVL system should have been furnished to the counsels, consequently the accused, at the inception of the trial. But Mr. Baloyi says this evidence only surfaced when Mr. Sergeant Mahano was being cross-examined, because it was only then that the version of accused number two was being put to Sergeant Mahano, namely that he was taken to various avenues and locations and assaulted, meaning that this Peugeot, this Fortuna SUV, traversed various locations, and consequently the state apparently is in a position to countervail that evidence, because at this stage there are two versions before this court. Sergeant Mohano is not himself only. Jonathan, all the police denied that accused number two was assaulted by them. And number two is adamant that he was assaulted. They actually told him, is he still alive? That's how murderous they had assaulted him, this police. And you know, this case has got to do with reputational damage. Two senior police officers, Mbodlo, who allegedly took one of the confessions, and Rapadu, who allegedly took the other confessions, they are alleged by accused number two to have been instrumental in orchestrating what Mr. Ngumezulu calls a severe assault and a severe torture of accused number four in order to extract a confession from him. These are senior police officers. This court has a duty, if constitutional rights of an accused person are being transgressed, to refer that exigency to the relevant authorities. Consequently, that is why this court must have access to all the evidence in order to traverse all the evidence objectively. I've got a case here which was conducted by Ronald Sutherland, the Deputy Judge President of the Transvaal. Where he states that if it comes to the notice of an investigating officer during his or her investigations relating to forensic or scientific analysis of real evidence, that police officer must immediately inform the prosecutor about that exigency. And he says this is so because the investigating officer is in a special representative position vis-a-vis the prosecution, because he assists, as an investigating officer, the prosecutor to prepare the case and to prepare the evidence. And in this case, for instance, the learned judge says, because of that exigency, and because the versions which are disclosed by accused persons for the first time happened during cross-examination, and if the state wishes to pursue that aspect of evidence, because the state requires amplification or clarity or clarification or qualification or simply an explanation, those matters need to be followed up, and if needs be, postponements should be sought to investigate the correctness or otherwise of the facts underlying the testimony in question. And it may well be that such a practice is not attainable in every case because of logistical restraints. But because persons could be convicted because of the charges they face, and they could be sent to drastic terms of sanctions following the conviction, it follows that the investigating officer ought to be mandated in terms of standard prosecutorial and police procedures to investigate further. See in this regards the case of S versus Sibofi, 2015, 2 SACR 179 GJ at 169. As I say, the judge was Sutherland. It was an appeal case. He was sitting with Justice Opperman. So in other words, there is no definite time when you say the state can no longer investigate. I just showed you proof that even when the matter is before the SCA is being argued, if there is a necessity to investigate a certain exigency which may have a bearing on the outcome of the appeal court says, in the interest of justice, that case must be remitted back. That additional evidence must be traversed. So in this case, it is unfair. Actually, the law doesn't even countenance it. It is unfair to accuse Mr. Baloyi of having dragged his feet and not having, as Mr. Mgomezulu states, made it a point that he investigates before charging the accused. No. As late as when Mahano was being exposed to those assertions that they took the accused to various locations and assaulted him, if the state comes across evidence, and I'm not arguing the state's case, which evidence may throw light as to whether that exigency exists or not, the court is bound and obligated and enjoined to hear that evidence. But here I hear Mr. Mgomezulu say, no, don't investigate. Don't listen to that evidence. I'm listening to the same case. He says, no, you mustn't listen to that evidence. Really? Is that evidence relevant? Is that evidence pertinent? Is that evidence going to enable the court to reach to the truth of what happened in the exigency which is denied by this witness, Mr. Sergeant Mokhano, and which is insisted upon by accused number 4. Consequently, the adversarial and accusatorial nature of criminal trials in South Africa demand that parties should, as far as possible, be given equal opportunities in the presentation of their cases. As I said, the state must be accorded all the opportunity to call and adduce relevant material to prove the onus reposing on it beyond reasonable doubt, and the accused should also be accorded a full opportunity to present evidence in rebuttal of the case against him and to challenge any evidence which is so presented. See in this regard the case of S versus Mpeta, 1983, 1 SA 492 C at 494 A to C. And see also the case of Director of Public Prosecutions, North Gauteng, Pretoria versus Makubelo, case number A91/2014, decided on the 6th of August 2014. And these prosecutors are not practitioners who represent clients, but prosecutors are public officers who should assist the court in ascertaining the truth. And to enable the court to see that justice is done, the prosecutor is expected at all times to act in a manner which is responsible and fair to the accused, and to be open and candid to the court. Consequently, he's going to present and place all the material before this court, as Mr. Baloyi is attempting to do. He says there's evidence which, according to him, if this court can hear, it may find that it is relevant. I don't know if that evidence is relevant or not. And the prosecutor's duty, unlike that of a defense counsel, his primary duty is to assist the court in ascertaining the truth. See in this regard S versus Razini versus Director of Public Prosecutions, Western Cape, 2009, 1 SACR 540C at 549H to 550A. And see also the case which has been quoted by Mr. Kumalo and Mr. Baloyi, as versus Ramalope, 1995-1, SACR 297, Orange Free State. And also see versus Sabisa, 1993-2, SACR 52-5, Transkei. And see also as versus Goma and others too, 1994-2, SACR 182C. But critically, this is what the DOIT says. And I appreciate the various counsel quoting me section 166 regarding cross-examination and re-examination. But this is what the DOIT says. There is no absolute rule that the trial court's discretion to admit evidence for the state after the close of the defense case should be limited to the situation when new matters is introduced which the state could not foresee. That's the law in South Africa. I'll repeat it. There is no absolute rule that the trial court's discretion to admit evidence for the state after the state has closed, after the close of the defense case should be limited to a situation where new matter is introduced which the state could not foresee. An inflexible rule of this sort would hamper the exercise of the judicial officer's discretion. They say I mustn't listen to the evidence. It's an injunction. Each case depends on the facts and the guidelines mentioned in the judicial case, and the new evidence may be allowed without injustice to the accused. Even here, where's the injustice if this court listens to the evidence of the AWVL system? Where's the prejudice to Mr. Tansi? Where is it? I don't know what the evidence is going to be. But the state submits that if need be, the manufacturers of that system will be called to come and give evidence in explaining the mechanism of that system. And by the way, the accused, through their counsels, are entitled to cross-examine that witness who's going to testify on the efficacy and the utilization of that AVLW machine. So there's no prejudice in hearing that evidence. I take note of what Mr. Ngomezulu says about the evidence of an expert. I'm aware of the cases. And also, I take a judicial notice of what the former president of the SCA, Mpati, said about expert knowledge. He says it's not only acquired from going to university and reading tomes and tomes of books. Sometimes through physical and objective environment of working in a particular workplace for some time, one acquires expert evidence sometimes. You can quote the case of Dr. Barnett, 1968, when he transplanted a heart, as the first surgeon in South Africa to do so. He was assisted by a black gentleman, I just forget the name of that gentleman, who actually taught him how to operate. Never went to school, that Xhosa gentleman. And he was acknowledged as an expert in anatomy of the heart. You are aware of that history, Mr. Mgomezulu?
No, I'm not aware.
You're not? Were you born then? 1968, says Barnett. So Mpati is referring to that. To say, no, you don't have to study necessarily to acquire expert knowledge. You can acquire same by being in the environment. Okay, so in the case of S versus Fulton, 1999, 1 SACR, 481 SCA, it is also quoted by my learned colleague here, Ngumalo. Conditions mentioned by court's guidelines include the following: the reasons why the evidence was not led previously. Because in this case, apparently, Mr. Baloyi says it was only discovered when the version of accused number 2 was put to Sergeant Mokhano. The degree of the relevance of the evidence. This evidence is relevant to this court because it involves, allegedly, through the version of accused number 4, senior officers, colonels, abusing their position and infracting on the constitutional rights of accused number 2 by assaulting him viciously. So that is the relevance of that evidence. Because I will have forensic, scientific evidence of a machine, not a human being. And I'm sure a machine is not biased. I've heard everything, but I've never heard of a biased machine. So, it is relevant. And the reasons why the evidence was not led previously, as explained by Mr. Baloyi, is that it was just found recently, and also the possible prejudice to the other party, such as the fact that a rebutting witness may no longer be available. Mr. Ntasi, accused number 2, is available to rebut that evidence. The stage at which the proceedings have reached, we are in a trial within a trial. And the general need for finality. See also the case of Hadla versus President Insurance Company Limited, 1965, 1 SA 614A. I think I have it here. I'll post it for you. Yeah. Yeah, this is a civil case, which is relevant if you want the citation so that you can check it out. It's Hadla versus President Insurance Company Limited, 1965. 1 All South Africa Law Report 603A. It was hit on the 24th of November, 1964, before appeal judges Van Blerk, Ogilvie, Thompson, Rumpf, Holmes, and Williamson. It also dealt with the exigency when can one reopen a case, and what are the consequences if you do so. Sorry, let's check. Yes, consequently then, using my judicial discretion as enunciated in section 197 on the notes under the commentary on Criminal Procedure Act, this is what it is said. A judge has a discretion to exclude cross-examination even if it should be technically permissible in terms of section 197, if it would unduly prejudice the accused. But in this case, the accused is not being prejudiced. But here they say, if the cross-examination or the re-examination of that witness, which is intended to be called by Mr. Baloyi, is going to be prejudicial to the case, to the fair case standard which our Constitution insists on, then this court should exclude it. And they say the exercise of this discretion may be appropriate where the prosecution, as opposed to a co-accused, seeks to cross-examine the accused in terms of subsection B. And then they refer us to the case of State versus Mazibuko and others, 3 SA 198 at 197, where it was said that no discretion is conferred by the language of section 197B, and that there is a considerable body of authority which supports the view that the court which relates to the prohibition or to restrict such cross-examination on grounds of irrelevancy at all. But yeah, this evidence is relevant. Like I say, it's interlinked to the evidence which was given by Mohano, and it is also interlinked to the assertion which were put to this witness that that vehicle traversed certain locations, and that vehicle facilitated the assault on accused number 4, because it took him to Tembisa, Orlando, Alberton, Paraguanas, everywhere. So that the cogency of that evidence, I believe, can assist this court in establishing the truth. And they say if the evidence is relevant, then it operates as a legal rule. Although of necessity, it has to be very flexible, and it's not to be subjected to further vagaries of a judicial discretion. I've quoted all the authorities. I don't have to read them. But the primary principle here is it in the interest of justice to allow that evidence to be heard? Is that evidence which Mr. Ngomezulu says I shouldn't hear, is it relevant in this case? On both accounts, I find that it is, and consequently the state is allowed to lead that evidence. Okay.
Udaba belumayelana ke nobufakazi umbuso ofisa ukuthi ubethule ubufakazi bokuthi le moto ekuthiwa ke uSergeant Mukhane naye avumayo ukuthi yayishayelwa uyena ngaleli langa ekuyifortuna emhlophe, ukuthi ke kulethe ubufakazi obutshengisayo nanjengoba kunezinsolo ezibuya kuyena umsola wesibili ukuthi le moto lena yahamba indawo eziningi kunala eyema khona, yahamba yaya ngase Orlando ila ashaywa khona, kwahanjwa kwayiwa futhi nase Paraguana la ekwathola khona uSergeant Raphato. Inkantolo ke ithi ke manje uma kubhekwa ke okuningi ke noma ke ibheka amacala amaningi ke ayiholayo noma ayitshelayo ukuthi kungani ke ukuthi ngabuvumela noma ingavumela yini lobo bufakazi. Okokuqala kusho ukuthi akusibona ubufakazi obusha lobo, ukuthi lobufakazi bothulwe noma buze ungathi ummeli kaMsola wokuqala nowesibili yena ke uadvocate Ngomezulu uma ebuza lofakazi uyena ke owethule noma owelethe lobo bufakazi, nokuthi kungani umbuso eqaleni ungabuvezanga lobufakazi. Umbuso uphe iphenduleleke ngokuthi bona ke bebengazi ukuthi umsolo wesibili uzoyiphendulela athini ke kungenkathi ufakazi lona ke esethula ubufakazi bakhe la khona ke bezozwa khona ukuthi uphendulela athini, nokuthi futhi ke lobufakazi babuthole nge-3 zika November kwakungolesihlanu, nge-3 zika November ngathi ke buthunyelwa uyena umphenyi oyinhloko kuleli cala uBrigadier uGininda. Ilapho ke asengidlulisela lokhona lobo bufakazi ebudlulisela kubona ke abameli lobufakazi ekhulunywa ngabo ke ubufakazi beAVL athi umshushisi futhi uma iphendulela ukuthi ubufakazi obungasiza lenkantolo kule insolo eyilethwa uyena umsolo wesibili ukuthi washaywa le moto yaphuma emzileni la ekwakufanele ukuthi ihambe khona yase iya kwezinye indawo la ashaywe khona ke. Uthi lobufakazi ubufakazi obungasiza lenkantolo ukuthi ngempela ibone ukuthi cha la ekwakumele ihambe khona le moto lena yaqezwa ke yaphumela eceleni yila ke manje esekungashiwo khona ukuthi insolo zakhe umsolo wesibili ngempela ke ziyaphatheka ke nokuthi ziyiqiniso ke. Ekugcineni ke inkantolo ithi uma isiwafundileke wonke amacala lana ke ayiholayo noma ayitshelayo ukuthi kungani lobufakazi bungamukelwa noma bungamukelwa ukuthi ngempela ukuthi abusibone ubufakazi obusha lobu nokuthi ukhona umnumzana uNtanzi ula enkantolo uzoba nalo ithuba lokuthi aphikisane nakona lokho egcineni ke inkantolo ubufakazi obungasiza lenkantolo ukuthi ifinyelele kwiqiniso futhi nokuthi ke futhi ke imfuno noma ke idingo zobulungiswa ke ziyakuvumela ke ukuthi lobufakazi lokho inkantolo ingabulalela ngoba izofinyelela kanjani kwisinqumo ekuyisona ingekuzwanga ubufakazi okumayela nokuthi le moto lena yahamba kuphi nendawo ngaleli yalanga ngokusho kanjalo ke umehluleli uthatha isinqumo nomfikele kwisinqumo sokuthi lobufakazi lobu bekuthiwa be-AVL abethulweke la kuzokuthi wonke umuntu abone ezwe khona ukuthi le moto yahamba kuphi ngalelo langa lelo.
Biale Sergeant, botlhatsi bola ba lena jwalo ka ga ile gore motšhotšhisi le ba boleledi ba latofatšwa bona be bantse ba bolela ka bona gore bona ba dumela gore botlhatsi bo ba lena bo amogelwe go ba botlhatsi ba lena bo ska amogelwa. Ntate Baloi yena Mamotlhafurugo o yeme a fitla a khopela a phaphata go khoro gore botlhatsi ba lena bo amogelwe botle bo khone go theletswa ka lebaka la gore botlatla bothusha mo molatong woke ye leng gore Ntate Mngomezulu irile ga emelela yena a re a wa botlhatsi bo ga botlo thusha ka selo gape go tlo nyaka le gore go bitswe le ditlhatsi tše dingtsela tše leng gore di be tše di fane ka botlhatsi ba tsona go tshwana le bo Mabena le bo Jonathan le bo Buthelezi le ba bangwe gore le bona batle ba boye ba tlo fana ka botlhatsi gore ke nnete ba sepetse lena le sepetse tsona dilo tše fapafapaneng tše leng gore go bolelwa ka tsona mo molatong woke ge le gore lena botlhatsi ba lena botlo swanela gore botheletswe gape bona bo Mngomezulu ba re ke botlhatsi bo eleng gore ke bo boswa bo eleng gore ga botlo thusha khoro ka selo ka lebaka la gore lena botlhatsi bo ga se le bolele ka bona ge be le fana ka botlhatsi ba lena mathomong e fela Ntate Baloi irile le yana ga yemelela a se a khopela khoro o ile re ga se botlhatsi bo boswa ka lebaka la gore botlile ka moraga gore bona bo molatofatšwa ba bobedi e be bona ba eleng gore ba le butša dipotšišo tšeo di feletše le gore di dira gore lena le arabele ka tsona ditaba tša gore koloi ya lena ile ya tswa tseleng goba ga se nke e tswe tseleng jwalo ka ga bentše lena le ilo dira mošomo wa lena kana letšatši leuwe ke mo e leng gore khoro jwatše e rile ge re boya ka moraga gore khoro e se e be e rile re tšea nakonyana khoro e re ge ke tsopola khoro yona e re botlhatsi bo ba lena ke botlhatsi bo e leng gore bo bohlokwa gape ga se botlhatsi bo boswa jwalo ka ga e le gore ke dilo tše e leng gore mo khorong yona e ga se gore lena le ile la sepela la ilo shoma tulotshoko mo e leng gore mohlomong lena le ile la ilo shoma ntoweng parking yela Kruger National Park mo e leng gore e rile ge le boya ye be le gore le nyaka go botšišwa dipotšišo tšewe gape khoro e re go molato wo mongwe e leng gore o fetile go na le mo be setse molato wo o leng Supreme Court of Appeal mo be motšhotšhisi a ileng a kgopela gore ke kgopela go bitša tlhatsi goba ke kgopela go bontšha botlhatsi bo bong bo boswa ke mo e leng gore khoro yela ya Supreme Court of Appeal ile ya re e re theletše gore botlhatsi bo bo boswa bo reng ke mo e leng gore go molato ola motho ola o feleditše a bonwa a se molato ka moraga gore go theletšwe botlhatsi bola bo boswa gane jwale botlhatsi bo khoro e re ga se bo boswa jwatše bona ke botlhatsi bo e leng gore bo ka thuša go molato woke ntho ya mafelelo e khoro e bolelang e re botlhatsi bo yona ya dumela gore lena le ka tšwela pele motšhotšhisa le botšiša dipotšišo ka bona lena le tšwele pele le arabe gore molato wo o tle o kgone gore botlhatsi bo fele ya be le gore molato wo o tšwelela pele. As the court pleases. Thank you, my lord.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Baloi.
Please, my lord. By the way, the gentleman who assisted Professor Barnett was one Mr. Hamilton Naki.
Yeah, Naki, yeah.
Yes, he was a lab assistant. He didn't have, formal education, but he had amazing surgical skills, and he was teaching medical students, physicians. Yes.
Yeah. We knew that, Mr. Ngoma. Remember, sport. Yeah, he was an amazing gentleman, amazing. You know, the structure of a heart, Yeah, it took human beings over 2,500 years since the Romans first had an operation and the Greeks for a guy to take out somebody's heart and replace it. And here's a guy from Etigeni can do
Please,
that.
my lord.
Okay.
The state will be leading evidence on the movement report, which has been marked Exhibit MM2.
MM2.
Yes, and it will only be, my lord, for the 9th, as mentioned, will be confined to the 19th of June 2020. I'm told by Advocate Ngumenzulu that he wants to play something on
On record. Okay, yes, Mr. Ngumenzulu.
God bless my lord. My lord, I've indicated to my colleague that I would actually note that I'll bring an application for a special entry
Yeah, fine.
to be made, not at this time, my lord, as I've indicated. I requested that this application should be brought after the evidence of the investigating officer, Brigadier Kinenda.
Okay, fine.
The court pleases.
Fine.
And my lord, further, I don't the state has what type of evidence they need to lead in respect of this document, but we are finished with 2 copies. And the incident relating to the assault, as the court has mentioned in the judgment, relates in other days that the state is not intending to produce in one of these bundles that we were given. So I was given 2 bundles marked MM2, but the other one is reduced from the date of the 19th, and the version that I put to this witness starts from the 16th, and
So you want the bundle to
both
start from...
bundles to be
They must start from the 16th.
from the 16th, my lord.
Yes, okay. Mr. Baloyi.
Court, please.
As a court, please, we can make that, but as the state indicated that we...
What's that?
We can do that, but we are of the view that the issues that are in dispute at this stage relate to the 19th of June 2020, my lord. And the...
Wait. Yeah, I hear you.
Yes.
Where do you have the record of the 16th?
Yes, it starts
Where?
on the 4th of June. It's a whole book, my lord, that
It starts on the
starts on the 1st of June.
1st of June.
Yes.
So, Mr. Mzumezulu, you say you want it as from the 16th.
From the 16th.
You don't want the whole book.
Not
Maybe
the
he should give you the whole book.
No. Because I believe this is the bundle that consists of the dates during the 16th of June. It's marked MM2.
Yeah, MM2.
Yes, my lord. We'll focus mainly on the
16th.
from the 16th onward, because
Onward.
our version starts from the 16th.
So, Mr. Baloyi, why don't you provide your colleague with the bundle as from the 16th, as he says?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can do that, my lord. As I say, the bundle that we have starts. In fact, I think we've already provided them with that document.
Which document is it?
The one that starts from
The 16th.
that covers the dates on that my learned friend is referring
What
to.
is the problem? Don't you have the document that starts from the 16th?
Yes,
You have it?
yes, we do have it, my lord.
Yeah, give it to him.
We will do that, my lord. But as I said,
But he wants it before we start. Is that so, sir?
I recently got this document for the 16th.
Yeah. So,
Yes. But now, according to the submission by the state, they intend to lead evidence from the 19th. And according to the version
you
put
put,
to the
it starts on the
witness,
16th.
it starts from the 16th. What is of crucial importance, the 17 hours that we alleged was the time in which he was subjected to torture.
Yes, yes.
It's on the 18th, preceding to the 19th. So we say the state cannot start.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
As a court, please, for the sake of completion, so we have a document that starts from the 1st of June. If it's in order with my learned friends, we can hand up these documents. It starts from the 1st of June and goes all the way up to the 24th of June.
Is that okay?
Yeah, looks like they're happy with that, my lord. We'll
Yeah,
then,
hand it over so that...
we'll then ask permission to hand up, it still remains exhibit MM2.
Starting from the 1st of June.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And this document, my lord, that we've just handed up as exhibit MM2 consists of 43 pages. We've numbered them. Pages 1 up to page 43.
Okay.
Page 1 covers the 1st of June 2020. And page 11 covers the 5th of June 2020. Then page 14 covers the 16th of June 2020.
14.
No, 16 June,
Yeah.
page 14, yes.
40.
1-4.
1-4. Okay.
Then page 24 covers the 18th of June 2020.
18th of June.
Yes. 18th, 1-8.
On 8.
Then page 32 covers the 19th of June 2020. This is the page that the state will be canvassing, 19 June 2020. Then the last page, page 43, covers part of the 24th of June.
Page 43.
Yes, page 43, 24 June.
4 June.
But that will not be helpful as this vehicle was not used on that particular day. A different vehicle was used, not the Fortuner.
Yeah.
Maybe on that note, my lord, it's time for the long adjournment. Can we then take the long adjournment?
Okay, fine. Okay, let's adjourn.
its status.
nokuthi ke isimo sayo.
And what does status refer to?
Go status ibulela ka eng?
We bontsha gore koloi ya sepela or eme or ya idle.
It shows whether the vehicle is driving, idling, stationary, or it's on a motion.
Lana ke ichaza khona ke ukuthi imoto lena imile iyaduma ke iyahamba yini.
Yes, next column.
Speed,
Shows the speed.
Ibisi tshengisa ke isivinini.
we bontsha speed sexipela nga sona.
It shows which I was driving in.
Ikhombisa nomtshengisa ke isivinini engangihamba ngaso.
Yes, next column.
Column ye latelang.
Ngwetse odo,
Odo.
Nokuthi ke mileage yayo ke imoto noma ihambe kangakanani.
Yes.
abitsona odo eme jenga normal jama fasaki depreciation.
Know what does the Odo stands for, because even the numbers that are shown there, I do not understand them.
Yes.
Ukuthi ke odo lo umele nike angizwisisi ngoba ke nama number alawo ke angiwalandeli.
Next column.
Ya go latela.
Location,
Shows location.
Bese chaza ke indawo.
And location, what does it represent?
Sewe se bolela go reng sewe sa location.
e bontsha gore koloi eo ka tšatši la leuwe le ka nako eo be e sepela kae.
It shows where was the vehicle driving on the day and at the time.
Ichaza ukuthi imoto yayihamba kuphi ke ngalelo langa nangaleso sikhathi.
Yes. Next column.
Ya go latela.
Longitude,
It shows longitude.
o na le nomoro tsona tsona tla tlhaloša ke reng.
There are numbers as well, and I do not know how to explain them.
Yes.
Nalaphayana ke ichaza ke kunama number akhona ukuthi ashuthini angikwazi.
Yes, next column.
Latitude,
The next one is latitude,
le yona ke tsona nka tlhaloša gore ke reng.
which
E na le nomoro.
I also do not know how to explain it, as it has numbers.
Bese kuba no latitude ke nayo inama number enawo ukuthi ashuthini ke noma ngawachaza kanjani nalokho angikwazi.
Yes, if I can then ask you to turn to page 32.
Barele go page ya bo masume tharo pedi.
What is the date?
Date
reflected
mo we
there?
iringi
19 June 2020.
19th of June 2020.
Bese siya ke kukhasi ke manje lamashumi nantathu anambili idate yakhona ke 19 ka June 2020.
And just that very first entry, what time does that entry start?
Ya mathomo mo we go ngwadilwe ka nako mang?
2026 19
It says 2026 19
00 dot double dot 14 double dot 03.
00.14.1403.
Ilanga lo kunge 19 ka June na 2020 isikhathi ke imizuzu ke 14 emuva ke o12 ebusuku.
Right, you testify that on the previous day, the 18th of June, as per exhibit MM,
Lena le be le fane ka botlhatse ba letšatši le be le fetile la di 18 tša June go ya ka botlhatse bo ba MM.
he took out the accused number 2 on investigation and came booking back on the 19th of June 2020 at 02:30.
Le rile lena le tšere molatofatšwa wa bobedi la mmuša mo e leng gore le be le ile mmotšiša dipotšišo gona ke mo e leng gore la mmuša go sasa ka masa ka di 19. That is correct, my lord.
Kuqiniswa ukuthi bengifakazeleke ngasho ukuthi zingamkhipha-ke ngalo ilanga lange-18 ngase ngimbuyisa-ke kulanga elilandelayo ngentathakusake yange-19.
Do you remember in which street the police station is situated?
Le sa gopola gore police station yela e mo mmileng o mofeng. May I please get time to look?
It's fine, can you turn to page 33?
Barley o page 33.
Yes, 33.
Yes, I am at page 33, my lord.
Police station yela iri near Benfield, June Street, Pretoria North.
It shows that the police station is near Belfield Union Street in Pretoria North.
Ikhombisana ngitshengisa-ke i-police station nanjenge-near Bell police station e-Pretoria North. Where do you see that?
Sorry.
Le bona kae?
Page 33.
Yeah, we're on page 33.
33.
Thoma mo moving speed 10.
And
It shows where it says speed from 10, my lord.
it's under location, my lord.
Under
Location.
Under location.
0.
It would be easier if I can ask you to turn to page 34, the next page.
Bare e tla ba bofefo re ba peleka ya go page 34.
The third entry from the top. Can you just put those particulars on record?
Go tlogella go dimo kwa nke le re balle mowe.
The,
Ke thoma ka registration.
start with the date and, yeah, we'll start with the registration number.
Le ka thoma ka yona registration.
Bitsa ka botoka bjalo le kgone go kwešiša FV
I will
7 LRGP.
I will refer to it in simple terms. It's FV47 LRGP.
Ngizoqala ngayo kwi-registration eku-FV 47 LRGP.
Bobby number BTL 719B.
And Bobby number, it's BTL 719B.
Bese sibiza le number ke bathi i-Bobby number u-BTL 719B.
Nako letšatši le nako 2020 of 6/19.
The date and time, it's 2020 of 6/29.
02/24/20.
And the time, it's 02/24/20.
Bese kuthi ke i-date yilena ke lange-19 zika-June 2020 isikhathi imizuzu ewu-24 emva ko-2 nama-seconds awu-20.
So on page 34, are you on page 34?
Yeah.
Le mo
Page 34, the third entry from the top.
Page 34 ya boraro go tlogella godimo.
Okay.
The time there,
Nako e reng
2020 of 6/19 2:30.
it says
1:36.
2020 of 6/19 2:30.36, man.
I-date ke yi-19 zika-June 2020 isikhathi u-02:30:36 ama-seconds.
yes.
Status ignition off.
And the status, it shows that the ignition was off.
Nokusho ukuthi imoto yayingadumi ayidumi.
Speed 0.
The speed
Speed u-0.
Order 0.
order is 0 as well.
Moto u-0 futhi.
Near Emily Hope House Avenue, Pretoria, North Pretoria.
And that was near Emily Hope House Avenue, Pretoria North in Pretoria.
Chaza ke la ukuthi kuseduze nase-Emily Hope House Avenue e-Pretoria North.
Yes. The earlier question was, where is the police station situated?
Puchisho be ile gore police station yela yona e mo kae.
Imo gare ga ilo wa ga mogare because ina le the entrance jeopardy.
It would be in between, my lord, because it has two entrances.
kusho ukuthi i-police station ake izoba phakathi nendawo ke ngoba ke kuney'ndawo ey'mbili la ongena khona.
Emily Street, Benfeld.
It's between Emily Street and Belfelyun.
Phakathi kwaley'trata lezi-ke i-Emily kanye nayo i-Benfelyun.
Yes. If I can ask you to refer to exhibit MM, page 7 there.
Bare gona go botlhatsi bo weba MM page ya bo supa.
It's already on record, but just put it on record again.
Bare SJ le gona lena le kae bala gape. Which one are you referring to?
The one at 2:30.
Bare ye ya 2:30.
Okay, Friday 2026-19. Serial number 531.
Ithi ke ngolesihlanu nge-19 zika June 2020 serial number. Can you repeat serial number?
Serial number 531.
U531 serial number.
Napo 2:30.
And the time it's 2:30.
Isikhathi ke u2:30.
Investigation back.
And the investigation back.
Buya ke lona uphenyo.
Detective Sergeant Mokhan of National Cold Case Unit booked back one male suspect of murder on Nongoma case 163 of 10/2018, Bongani Ntanzi. SAP 14 6406/20. SAP 14A.
Yes, thank yes.
Can you
Thank you.
just show me that? Can you go back? Okay. Lana ke okubhaliwe ke ukuthi uyena uDetective Sergeant Mokhane ewayo ke iNational Cold Case Unit ebuyisa ke umuntu wesilisa oyedwa umsolwa wicala ke lokubulala la kwaNongoma ucase 16310 2018 uBongani Ntanzi igama.
And where did you come back from? Just put that on record again.
Lebe le buya le tswa
Where were you
kae?
returning from?
Lebe le buya le tswa kae?
Carltonville.
I remember we were coming from Carltonville, my lord.
Khumbula ukuthi uma sibuya ke sasibuya khona eCarltonville.
Yes, and can you just place the next entry?
Nkele re baleng ya go
At
latela
0450.
ya 0450.
0450. Okay, you never like I said,
You can start on exhibit MM.
Le ka thoma go botlhatsi bo ba MM.
Okay. Serial number.
This one ends with 235, my lord.
Yes, after that one of 235. The next one.
Bare ka mogara ga yela ya 235 ya o latela yona e re
It's entry 534.
Yeah, serial number 534. Number 450.
the serial number is 534 and the time is 4:50.
Serial number ke lana u534 isikhathi ke u450.
Prisoner transferred.
And it shows the prisoner transferred.
Ukuthi ke usiboshwa ke sathi sindluliswa.
Detective Sergeant Mohan of National Cold Case Unit with one male suspect of murder on Nongoma case 163 of 6/2018.
Ukuthi ke yena uDetective Sergeant Mokhane ebuyisa umsolwa oyedwa ke umuntu wesilisa cala ke lokubulala kaNongoma
Bongani Ntanzi,
uBongani Ntanzi
cell 64/06/2020.
ucell 64/06/2020.
SAP 14A 512666765.
Okay, SAP 14A. Can you repeat that please? Sergeant, SAP 14A.
S1266 765.
765.
S1266765.
Okay, S1266765. Sorry for that.
Yes.
Transferred to Fossolaras Court without any injury or complaint. Correctly transferred Kasaina.
And after having correctly transferred, I signed.
wasendluliselwa ke ephosphorus ke kungekho ke la akhala ngako noma ukulimala okukhona ngase ngiyasayinda ke emuva kwalokho.
Can I then ask you to turn to the AVL Exhibit MM2, page 34?
Bar le gona ka mo go page 34 mo bentjere le gona.
Yeah, keep looking.
Yes, I am there, my lord.
The sixth entry there, at the top in the middle of the page.
Bar ya botshela dimo go tloga paging ya mogare.
Can you just place that on record?
Ye ka godimo.
This one.
The one on top, my lord.
Yes. at-
Six, you're counting from the top, six down.
6, okay. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6.
Yes.
Yes, keep coding with human.
Yes, I am there, my lord.
Yes.
Ke thome ka polo e rapore, ke no
Should I
thoma-
No, no, just the time. Is it correct? Is the same vehicle?
Bar nako ke yona koloi yele eventually
e
issue.
sa le yona.
Yes, it is the same vehicle, my lord.
Sele ya moto eyodwa yebo.
Yes. At 0502, just place those particulars on record.
Le ka bolela ka nako ka yana e we ya 0502.
Okay. Ere 2026-19-0502 driving.
It shows 2020-06-19 0502 driving.
Lana ke ichaza ilanga ukuthi i-19 zika June 2020 isikhathi mzuzu u2 emuva ko5 iyahamba.
Nako 210.
And the time was 2:10.
Yes, just place the entire time on record.
Ilokeleng ka moka.
Or
Nako eo.
2 double
Awa nako.
nako. Okay, ke 2026-19-0502. Okay, sorry. 10
It's
10 10 double dot 10.
seconds. It's 2020-06-19 and the time there is 0:02 and 10 seconds.
Ichaza isikhathi ke ukuthi 2020 unyaka 19 zika June 502 namanjana nje ayishumi.
Status driving.
And the status, it shows that the vehicle is driving
Nokuthi imoto yayihamba
Speed 10.
at a speed of 10.
sivinini kwaku10
Order 0.
The order is 0
auto uno 0
Location near Belfast Union Street, Pretoria, North Pretoria.
and it was driving near Belfast Street in Pretoria.
And just for record,
futhi ke nendawo eduze ke ne-Benfield Street ePretoria North ePretoria.
and just for record purposes, who was driving the vehicle?
Ke mang o be a reila
Understand.
koloi eo?
Where drive again na?
It was driven by myself.
Imina owayeshayela imoto leyo.
And just for record purposes, just put the time when you arrive at the police station.
Nke le re botse ka nako e be le fihla police station
The
ka
second
yona
line there,
mo
in the-
thaladi wa go latela wa bobedi.
just 4 lines above where you were reading.
Ya bone go tloga mo be le bala gona.
Okay. 1, 2. Hi, Abi.
E leng ya bobedi. Nke re be le bala ya botshela.
Yeah.
Napile ge le ya godimo.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Eh.
Here 2020-06-19.
It says 2020-06-19
Kwakuyi-19 zika June 2020
Nako 4.50.18.
and the time was 4:50.18 seconds.
nokuthi ke isikhathi ke kwaku-450 nanenjana awu-18.
And the location,
Location ya gona e reng?
Near General Divet Street, Pretoria.
And
North.
it is near General Divet Street in Pretoria North.
Eduze ke kwestrata i-General Divet ePretoria North ePretoria.
just in terms of exhibit MM2, when you were driving off at 0502 on the 19th of June 2020, where were you headed to?
Ge be le reila le kgwetša ka 0502 moye ya botshelela. Lena le be le reila le yabe.
Maria Phosphorus Court.
We were going to Phosphorus Court.
Lana ke ethi khona 0502 le ifundiwe kuqala ke uma sisuka ke lapho sasihamba siya enkantolo eFosforus.
He has to do what?
Lebelo diang.
Berisha Musari wa court.
We were taking the accused to court.
Yes, which accused?
Accused number 2 Bongani Ntanzi.
Accused number 2 Bongani Ntanzi.
Sihambisa ke umsolo wakhe ngalelo langa ngihambisa ngimisa enkantolo yena ke umsolo wesibili uBongani Ntanzi.
Can you just maybe focus on the location, put on record how you drove?
Ke lebelleng mola mo location le re botse gore lena le kgweditse jwang.
Ke rile go tloga police station la Tsipalaga Benfeld Street Pretoria North.
From the police station, my lord, we used Benfenuyun Street, Pretoria North.
Masipuma ke khona ke police station sahamba ke sisebenzisa yona iBenfeld Street.
Ratsanaga Rachel de Beer Street Pretoria North.
And we went into Rachel de Beer Street in Pretoria North.
Sangena ke kulesi straat esibhalwe lana iRachel de Beer Street ePretoria North.
Ratsanaga M1 Road Pretoria North.
From there we went into M1 North, Pretoria North.
Sasa singena ke kulesi silandelayo iM1 ePretoria North.
Rasipalaga yona M1 Road Pretoria North officially Richa Eskiam Pachel Drive Mayville Pretoria.
We proceeded with M1 Road Pretoria North until we took Eskia Mphahlele Drive.
Njere sipalaga Eskia.
Sasa sihamba ngayo ke M1 leyo ke saze sayofika ke Eskia Mphahlele Drive Mayville Pretoria.
Century Sipalaga Eskia Mphahlele Drive Ratlaga Mountain View Pretoria.
Whilst we were still using Eskia Mphahlele, we then took Mountain View in Pretoria.
Ma sahamba ngayo ke Eskia Mphahlele leyo sase sihlangana nayo ke Mountain View ePretoria.
Ratsanaga Roseville Pretoria Salmo Eskia Mphahlele.
And we went into Roseville in Pretoria whilst we were still in Eskia Mphahlele.
Sahamba ngayo ke Eskia Mphahlele leyo sase sihlangana ke neRoseville.
Rafita Capital Park Pretoria Saspalaga Eskia Mphahlele gape.
We passed Capital Parks in Pretoria while still on Eskia Mphahlele.
Sisakuyona ke Eskia Mphahlele leyo sandlula ke eCapital Park.
Sale Eskia Mphahlele driver Rafita gape taking Rent Pretoria.
Whilst we were still on Eskia Mphahlele, we also passed Technicon Rank in Pretoria.
Sisahamba ngayo ke Eskia Mphahlele sase siyohlangana ke neTechnicon Rent ePretoria.
Umer Salmo Eskia Mphahlele ratla to east there ratla Pretoria West.
Whilst we were still on Eskia Mphahlele, we then Eskia Mphahlele Drive East. We then went into Pretoria West.
Sahamba ngayo ke Eskia Mphahlele Drive east sayo dlula ke ePretoria West.
Erfeta tsela Eskia Mphahlele tsana Francis Bar Skogronte 648.J akibona nna ke Pretoria.
And whilst the Eskia Mphahlele Road then took us into Franz Bart Street, Skogrond 6 Showgrounds 6-4, and I do not see what other numbers, but it was still in Pretoria.
Sahamba ngayo ke Eskia Mphahlele leyo ePretoria West ke sayohlangana nayo iFrancis Bar Street showgrounds ngibona ukuthi ibhalwe lapha kodwa access ePretoria.
Napile ratsana ka Nana Sita Street Skogronte 648J something Pretoria.
And we also used Nana Sita Street Showgrounds right in Pretoria as well.
Sahamba ngayo ke saze sayofika ke noma sayohlangana neNana Sita.
Mera Siplaga Sophie de Brain Street Pretoria Central.
We also used Sophie de Brain Street in Pretoria Central.
Sayohlangana noma sahamba ke ngayo iSophie de Brain Street ePretoria maphakathi nedolobha.
Erfeta Rasipalaga Dequa Road Salvo Cop Pretoria.
After that we used Dequa Road Salvo Cop in Pretoria.
Saze sayohlangana ke noma sahamba ngayo iDequa umgwaqo iDequa eSalvo Cop ePretoria.
Umera Tarafita gape Kausili Jan Smart Drive Salvo Cop Pretoria.
We also passed Jan Smart Drive Salvacop in Pretoria.
sayofika noma sayondlula ke kuyona iJohn Smarts Drive eSalvacop khona ePitori.
Umera Janaka Ben Skuman Freeway, Salvacop, Pretoria.
We then went into Ben Skuman Freeway, Salvacop in Pretoria.
Sase siyohlangana ke noma siyongena ke kuyona ke iBen Schoeman Freeway eSalvacop ePitori.
Sepela gape ka Ben Skuman, go fihlela re tla Groenkloof 358 JR Pretoria.
We proceeded in Ben Skuman Freeway until we got to Grondloof 358 JR in Pretoria.
Sase sihamba ngayo ke sase siyohlangana ke nayo iBen Schoeman sihamba ngayo ke iBen Schoeman leyo siyohlangana neGroenkloof 358 JR ePitori.
Umera sasipela ka Ben Skuman gape ra tla ka di Hoves Centurion.
Whilst we were still driving on Ben Skuman, we then went into the Hovers,
The Hoovers.
the Hoovers in Centurion.
Sahamba ngayo ke iBen Schoeman leyo sayohlangana ke neDiwuvers eCenturion.
Salimo ka Ben Skuman gape ra re Littleton 88 Centurion.
Whilst we were still on Ben Skuman, we went into Littleton in Centurion.
Sahamba ngayo ke iBen Schoeman sayohlangana ke neLittleton eCenturion.
Ra sepela ka yona gape ra kopana le Swartkop Centurion.
We proceeded in Ben Skuman until we met Swartkop in Centurion.
Sihamba ngayo ke iBen Schoeman saze sayofika ke noma sayohlangana neSwartkop eCenturion.
Sasipela ka Ben Skuman gape ra tla ka Brakfontein 399 Centurion.
While still using Ben Skuman Freeway, we then came across Brankfont 399 in Centurion.
Sahamba ngayo ke iBen Schoeman leyo sayohlangana ke neBrakfontein 399 Centurion.
Ra tla gape ka yona Ben Skuman ra feta Low Ladia Centurion.
And whilst we were still on Ben Skuman, we then also came across Lowladia in Centurion.
Sisahamba ngayo iBen Schoeman sayohlangana ke neLowladia eCenturion.
Salmo Ben Skuman gape ra feta Halfway Gardens Midrand.
Whilst we were still on Ben Skuman, we then also passed Halfway Gardens in Midrand.
Sahamba ngayo ke leyo ke sayohlangana ke halfway ku N1 Freeway neHalfway Gardens eMidrand.
Umera sepela gape ra feta Waterfall 5 nakibo numero Midrand.
And we were still on Ben Skuman, and then we passed Waterfall 5, and I do not see that number, however it was in Midrand.
Sahamba ngayo ke sayohlangana ke Waterfall or Waterfall khona ke eMidrand.
M1 Freeway Woodmead Sandton.
And it proceeded into M1 Freeway, Woodmead in Sandton.
Sahamba ngayo ke saze sayohlangana ke neWoodmead eSandton.
Sal M1 gape ra feta M1 Freeway Batlu.
Still on M1, we passed Batlu Freeway.
Sisahamba ngayo ke iM1 leyo sayofika ke iBatlu Sandton.
Ra feta Eastgate Sandton.
We passed Eastgate in Sandton.
Sayindlula iEastgate eSandton.
Sal M1 Freeway ra tla ka Wynberg Sandton.
While still on M1 Freeway, we passed Wynberg in Sandton.
Sekona ku M1 Freeway sayindlula eWynberg eSandton.
Ra latela ka Bramley Park Sandton.
Followed by Bramley Park in Sandton.
Kulandela ke iBramley Park eSandton.
Ra latela ka Safer Fontaine 51 J something Johannesburg.
And we followed by Safer Fountain 51J, and the other number I do not see in Johannesburg.
Sase sahamba ngayo ku M1 lowo sayofika ke eSafer Fontaine 51 eJohannesburg.
Salmo M1 Freeway gape ra feta Houghton Estate.
Still on M1 Freeway, my lord, we passed Houghton Estate.
Sisahamba ngayo ke M1 Freeway sayofika ke Houghton Estate.
Umera feta Kilani M1 Freeway gape.
And still on M1 Freeway, we passed Kilani.
Sisahamba ngayo ke M1 sayofika ke iKilani.
Ra tla gape M1 Freeway ra feta Parktown.
While still on M1 Freeway, we passed Parktown.
Sekona ku M1 Freeway sayofika ke noma sayindlula iParktown
Parktown in Johannesburg.
Parktown, which is in Johannesburg.
eSegoli.
Ra Tlagape Freeway, Johannesburg.
and proceeded still in that freeway in Johannesburg.
Qhubeka ngayo ke leyo freeway leyo eGoli.
Ya Fetagape ya M1 Freeway, Selby.
And it proceeded to M1 freeway in Selby,
Yaqhubeka ke ngo-M1 freeway eSelby.
Ya latela ke Omonde 99 IR, Johannesburg South.
followed by M1 freeway, Omonde 91 IR, Johannesburg South.
Landelwa ke yona ko M1 freeway Omonde 99 eJohannesburg.
Excuse me. Salomo M1 Freeway Rape, Ra Feta Robert Sam, Johannesburg South.
Whilst we were still on the M1 freeway, we passed Robert Sam, Johannesburg South.
Sisekona ke u-M1 freeway usandula ke kuyona ke iRobert M Johannesburg South.
Ya Tlagape, Ra latela ka Evans Park, Johannesburg South.
And whilst we were still on the M1 freeway, we passed Evans Park in Johannesburg South.
Sisekona ku M1 lowo kasandula ke Evans Park eJohannesburg South.
Ya change Atselape N2 Freeway, Memdio, Johannesburg South.
And now we went into the M12,
N12 Freeway.
N12, November 12 freeway, Mondio in Johannesburg South.
Sasemanje ke sesingena ke kuyona ke u-N12 freeway eMondio eJohannesburg South.
Ra sepela ka yona ra feta N12 Freeway, Ireton, Johannesburg South.
And whilst we were still on the N12 freeway, we passed Aeroton, Johannesburg South.
Sisekena ke u-N12 freeway sandlula ke eErton Johannesburg South.
Sa feta gape N1 Freeway, Deep Kloof 319 IQ, Johannesburg South.
And we passed the N1 freeway, Diepkloof 319 IQ in Johannesburg South.
Sandlula ke na ku N1 freeway eDiepkloof 319 IQ eJohannesburg South.
Ra tsena gape ka Old Potchefstroom Road, Deep Kloof 319 IQ, Johannesburg South.
And we used the old Potchefstroom Road, Diepkloof 319 IQ in Johannesburg South.
Sase sidlula ke kwendlela ke lomgwaqo ke abathi Old Potchefstroom Road eDiepkloof 319 IQ eJohannesburg South.
Sa sepela gape ya Old Potchefstroom Road, Deep Kloof 319 IQ, Soweto.
As we were, my lord, it then went into Old Potchefstroom Road, Diepkloof 319 IQ in Soweto.
Sisahamba ke kuyona ke Old Potchefstroom Road umgwaqo lowo ke eDiepkloof 319 IQ eSoweto.
Sa driver gape ra tsena ka Chris Hani Road, Power Park, Soweto.
Whilst we were still driving, we went into Chris Hani Road, Power Parks in Soweto.
Sahamba kanjalo ke sandlula ke kumgwaqo ke iChrisani ePower Park eSoweto.
Elatelani near Elias Motsoaledi Road, Dlamini, Soweto.
The following one, it then went into near Elias Motsoaledi Road in Dlamini in Soweto.
Elandelayo ke kwabo ke umgwaqo ke iElias Motsoaledi eDlamini eSoweto.
Awulatela Chris Hani Road, Dlamini, Soweto.
It was followed by Chris Hani Road in Dlamini in Soweto.
Olandelayo ke kwaba umgwaqo ke iChrisani eDlamini eSoweto.
Sepitsa ka yona o fitlhela Goma Street, Dlamini, Soweto.
We followed the Chris Hani Road in Dlamini, Soweto until we got to Goma Street in Dlamini in Soweto.
Sihambile ngayo ke eDlamini oke sawufika ke eGoma Street eDlamini eSoweto.
Apile ra sepela gape ra tla ka Makhalima Street, Moroka.
Then we drove into Makhalima Street in Muroka.
Sihamba ngayo ke sase singena ke kumgwaqo noma ke strato ke iMakhalima eMoroka eSoweto.
Apile motoro wa idler.
From there, the motor vehicle was idling.
And which place is this?
Moroka Police Station.
It was now at Muroka Police Station.
Lapho ke imoto nje yayiduma ke noma lokho akabiza ukuthi ke idler ke u-idler eMoroka Police Station eSoweto.
And what time was the time of arrival?
Kano re fitlhile ka 6:22 ka re tsena re emenyana ya idler.
I can say we arrived at 6:22 because we stopped upon our arrival and it kept on idling.
Ngizothi ke isikhathi safika ngaso ke bese sibhalwe laphana ke u6:22 ngoba safika ke sema khona ke imoto yabe iduma noma i-idler.
Can you once again just clarify for record purposes why you drove to Muroka Police Station?
Nke le re tlhalosetse gore e kgone go gatishwa gore go baneng le na le ile la ya Muroka Police Station.
ka re ke le ka hlalosetsa gore hore ka nako re tswa police station kwa ke kelela mogala go tswa go Brigadier Gininda.
As I've explained to court that as we were driving, when we were leaving, I got a call from Mr. Gininda,
bese ngishilo-ke ngaphambi
Brigadier Gininda.
chazela le nkantolo-ke ukuthi ngase ngisahamba-ke ngemoto leyo-ke ngase ngithola ucingo olubuya kuyena uBrigadier Gininda,
Gore pele re ya Fosolras Court re fete Moroka Police Station.
And instructed me that before going to Fosloras Court, we should firstly pass by Moroka Police Station.
engitshela-ke ukuthi ngaphambilini kokuthi ngihambe ngiye enkantolo yase-Phosphorus kuzofanele ukuthi ngiyodlula-ke e-police station yase-Moroka.
Ba re o pwelele motho wa ka tšea confession ya Ntanzi, accused number 2.
As he had found a person that would be able to take a confession from the accused number 2, Bongani Ntanzi.
esho-ke ukuthi wayesemtholile-ke umuntu owayezothatha-ke istatimende noma la awayezothi khona-ke uBongani Ntanzi agonyuluke khona.
Can you just then go back to Exhibit MM2 after the last idle? What happened there?
Nkele
On the
boele
status?
go bona botlhatsi bo we ka moraga idling ya mafelelo go diragetseng
Ka date ya 2026-19-0646 ka nako 0646.28 seconds ke ile ka tima motoro.
on the date of the 19th of June 2020 at 6:46:28 seconds. I then switched off the ignition.
Kwathi-ke ngazo i-19 zika-June 2020 isikhathi-ke 06:48:28 ama-seconds-ke ngase ngicisha-ke imoto.
And the location?
Lebelele kae?
Beile Makadima Street, Moroka Police Station.
The location was in Makalima Street in Moroka Police Station in Soweto.
Indawo-ke kwistrada-ke iMakhalima eMoroka eSoweto.
Yes, then the next activity under that?
Napile ka moraga mo we e reng
Sorry, 26/19/08/12 startup Golea Duma.
on the same date of the 19th of June 2020 at 06:12 and 6 seconds. That's when
08.
08, my apologies, my lord. At 08:12, that's when the vehicle was ignited, start up.
Sale
Ngazo-ke i-19 zika-June 2020 isikhathi-ke 08:12:06 ama-seconds ila engadumisa khona-ke imoto futhi.
sale ka mogare ka police station ya Moroka.
And we were still at Moroka Police Station.
Sengaphakathi-ke kuyona i-police station yase-Moroka.
Be ke tswaletse space sa motho ko phakile taberekang mola be ke shootisha koloi.
And I was moving the vehicle as I had blocked someone's space, someone that worked at Moroka Police Station.
Ngangisusa-ke imoto ngoba kwawukuthi-ke ngangivaleleke noma ngisendaweni-ke yomuntu osebenza khona lapho eMoroka.
Omesa lona mo ya idle gape.
Whilst we were still there, it idled again.
Sisekhona lapho-ke imoto yayisaduma-ke futhi.
Ka lona letsatsi lewe ka 8:35 ka tima motoro.
On the same day at 8:35, I switched off the vehicle.
Yeah. Ngayo-ke u-8:35 ngaphinda futhi-ke imoto ngayicisha.
The AVL, sorry, the AVL shows that the vehicle was idling from 8:21 until 8:31. Do you remember what the reason was?
E bontsha mo we gore koloi e bentse e duma go tlogella ka 8:21 go fihlella ka 8:31. Le a tseba gore lebaka e beeleng? Yes, I still remember.
Mshutshisi uthi-ke kuyabonakala-ke la ukuthi imoto yayiduma-ke kusuka ngalesi sikhathi lesi u-8:21 8:26 kwaze kwayoshaya-ke u-8:31. Uthi yebo ngiyasazi isizathu ukuthi kwakuyini.
Ka re go tonya be ke shumisha hitara.
As it was cold, I was using my lord.
Nanjengoba-ke kwakubanda-ke noma kwakunamakhaza-ke ngalelo langa lelo-ke ngangilayithe i-heater.
Yes, next activity after ignition off.
napile ka moraga gore ignition e timiwe gwa diragala eng
Yeah, ke ile ka starta gape ka 10:08.
I ignited the vehicle again at 10:08
kwathi ke ngalelo langa lelo ke ngo 10:08 ngadumisa imoto futhi
Sala ka mogare ga police station gape.
and I was still at the police station
ngisengaphakathi ke kuyona i-police station
Ka tloga ganyane
and then it moves
ka 10:13.
at 10:13
And what was the reason?
yase isuka ke
Lebaka e be e leng?
10:13, sorry
Re šetše re lokišetša go tloga
we were now
kwa Moroka re ya Vosloorus.
we were now preparing to drive from Moroka to Vosloorus.
sase silungisela-ke ukuhamba khona-ke emoroka siya eFosloorus
Yes.
Ome ka reela ganyane a idla gape.
I drove just a little bit as it was still dry idling.
hamba-ke kancane nje nanjengoba yayisaduma-ke
Yes, it shows that the vehicle was idling from 10:14:48 until 10:44:30. What was the reason?
E bontsha gore koloi e bentse e duma go tlogella ka 10:14:48 go fitlhella ka 10:44 lebaka e be e leng
Be re sa lokiša ona re tlo sepela bjang mo tseleng.
we
lana-ke kuyabonakala-ke ukuthi imoto leyana-ke yayiduma-ke ngayo u-10:14 usuka ngayo u-10:14 lana kwaze kwashaya u-10:39 ne okay go over
and
Listen, yes.
we were still preparing to how are we going to get to Vosloorus.
saselungiselela-ke ukuthi sasayofika seyofika kanjani-ke khona eFosloorus
Ome ya idla gape.
And it was idling again
Yes, after the last idle, what was the next activity?
ka moraga gore e duma gona maue go diragetseng.
Ile ya tima gape.
The ignition was turned off
The time?
yayisaduma-ke khona lapha-ke kuyena u-10:44 emuva kwalokho ngase ngiyithesha-ke
nako e be e reng
10:46.
10:46 was the time, my lord.
isikhathi-ke kwakuwu-10:46
Yes, in seconds.
Metsotswana
10:46.56.
10:46 and 56 seconds.
ama-seconds-ke ayu-56
Yes, next activity.
Napile ka moraga maue go diragala eng
Sa lona letšatši la re 2026 19:11:42.
It was on the same day of the 19th of June 2020
Start up gape. Sa le morago ga police station.
and at 11:42 that is when I ignited the vehicle once more.
ngalo lelo langa-ke langeyi-19 zikajune 2020 isikhathi-ke u-11:42 ngayidumisa futhi-ke imoto
Ome ka lona letšatši leo gape 11:42 09 seconds. Sorry 11 yeah, ignition off. Sa le mogare ga police station.
And on the same day, my lord, of the 19th of June 2020 at 11:42 and 9 seconds the ignition went off.
ngalo-ke lelo langa lelo-ke langeyi-19 zikajune 2020 isikhathi-ke u-11:42:09 la ngaye sengiyi-switcha off khona noma ngiyitesha khona-ke imoto
Ome lona letšatši leo gape 2020/06/19 11:59:00.
And on that same day, my lord, of the 19th of June 2020 at 11:59:00 seconds,
Ka starta gape koloi e sa le morago police station ya Moroka.
I ignited the vehicle whilst we were still at the at Moroka police station.
ngalelo lelo langa lelo-ke langeyi-19 zikajune 2020 umzuzu nje owodwa ngaphambi kwayo ishumi nambili ila engayidumisa khona-ke imoto ngangisengaphakathi-ke kuyona i-police station yasemoroka
Ome ka 2020 06/19 12 o'clock 15 seconds ka starta go driver.
And on the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 12:00 15 seconds I started driving.
ngalo
Yes.
lelo langa lange 19 kaJune 2020 isikhathi ke kwakuse u12 fika manje ngaqala ke ukuhamba.
And what was the reason?
lebaka be elenye.
Re setse re feditse ka Ntanzi o dira confession re ya court e Phosphorus.
We were done with Ntanzi as he had made a confession and we were now going to Phosphorus.
Sase siqedile ke ngaye uNtazi ke la waye egonyulo kakhona ke sase manje sisundlulela khona ke ePhosphorus.
Yes, can you indicate the route that you traveled?
Ngele re hlalosetse ge ditsela tse leng gore lena le sepetse ka tsona.
Ke sa lona le tšatši leo nka se ba le dinako ke tla no bala gore ke tsamaele kae.
On the same day, I will not mention the times, however, I will mention the route which we took.
Now angeke ngibesa ichaza.
Now you must mention the time if it's there.
Oh, okay.
Ba re le bolele gore nako e be e reng.
Okay.
Kanto lithi ke akachaze ke isikhathi bengayimisela ukuthi asichaze isikhathi bezochaza nje umzila ke kodwa inkantolo ngicela ukuthi akachaze isikhathi uma ngabe ukuthi sikhona lapha.
Alright, ka 2026-19-12-00.15 driving Nyakoma Street Moroka Soweto.
On the 19th of June 2020 at 12:00 and 15 seconds, I was driving near Koma Street in Moroka, Soweto.
Lana ke ngalo lelo langa lange 19 kaJune 2020 isikhathi ke u12 ngihamba ke kule strato iKoma eMoroka.
2026-19-12-01-05 seconds driving near Chris Hani Dlamini.
And on that same day at 12:01 and 5 seconds, my lord, I was driving near Chris Hani Road in Dlamini in Soweto.
Ngalo lelo langa lelo ke isikhathi ke noma i19 kaJune 2020 isikhathi u12:01 ngihamba ke umgwaqo ke eDlamini eSoweto.
Umersale sa tsamaka Chris Hani Road Dlamini. Ratlaka nearly 12:03 Ratla Chris Hani Road Klipspruit.
And whilst we were still driving on that same day at 12:03 and 5 seconds near Chris Hani Road in Klipspruit.
Ngalo lelo langa futhi ke lange 19 kaJune 2020 isikhathi ke u12:03 sihamba ngawo ke umgwaqo ke iKrizani eKlipspruit eSoweto.
And there's an activity, the status.
Mo we go na le mo eleng gore e bontsha gore go diragetseng.
Hash braking.
It shows hash braking.
Do you remember the reason?
Le sa gopola lebaka? I do not remember what was the problem at that time.
Lana ke ukhuluma ke ngendlela ke noma ke lokho kubhalwe la ukuthi hash braking ke noma indlela ke break nje angisasikhumbula izathu ke noma kwakuyini yenze.
Salona Chatlo 2026-19 got a 19-12-08 driving near Old Potchefstroom Road Deep Kloof 319 IQ Soweto.
And on the same day, my lord, of the 19th of June 2020 at 12:08 and 5 seconds, I was driving near Old Potchefstroom Road in Deep Kloof 319 IQ in Soweto.
19 June 2020 u12:08 isikhathi ngihamba ke hamba kona ke umgwaqo ke iOld Potchefstroom eDeep Kloof 319 IQ eSoweto.
Salona le Chachilo gape 2026-19 kana ko 12:08-35 seconds ra joina N12 freeway Deep Kloof 319 Soweto.
And on the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 12:08 and 35 seconds, we then joined the N12 Deep Kloof 319 IQ in Soweto.
19 June 2020 isikhathi ke u12:08-35 ngihamba ngishayela ke u-N12 freeway eDeep Kloof 319 IQ eSoweto.
Recipe ka na N12 freeway yos kana le Chatlo fitla ka 12:10-15 seconds.
We proceeded on the same day using the N12 freeway until 12:09 and 5 and 12:10 and 15 seconds.
Sihambile ke ngalo langa saze sayofika kwaze bayashaya isikhathi u12:10 nama seconds awu15 sihamba kuyona ke lo mgwaqo.
Recipe ka N12 freeway Araton.
And we were using the N12 freeway in Araton.
Sasihamba ngayo ke u-N12 freeway eArton.
Salona le Chatlo gape 12:10-58 seconds ra tsena ka ra feta Swart Road Street, Ridgeway, Johannesburg.
And on the same day at 12:10 and 58 seconds, we passed Swartho Street in Ridgeway in Johannesburg.
Nazo i-19 lezo zika June 2020 u-12:10 u-58 seconds sayondlula-ke kwistrada abathi yi-Swap Road e-Ridgeway e-Johannesburg South.
Salona Mowe Rape 2020 0619 2011 go fihla ka it's 2020 619 1211 13 seconds. Recipe jaga N12 freeway go fihla ka 2026 19 12 58 Santana Samaga N12 freeway Ridgeway Winchester.
And we proceeded with N12 freeway from 11:13 until 12:58, where we got into Glen Eagles in Johannesburg South.
Sihambile-ke lana saze sayofika-ke i-Ridgeway lena ukusuka ngaso isikhathi-ke u-12:11:13 kwaze bayoshaya-ke isikhathi lesa esiwu-12:58 sihamba ngaya kwe-N12 leyana u-N12 freeway ibhaleke i-Glen Eagles.
Omer Saspela kanela jajilo hape ana ko 12:14 seconds. Rasipla N12 freeway Basonia.
And whilst we were still driving on that same day at 12:14 and 00 seconds, we drove into N12 freeway in Basonia.
Sisa ngalelo langa lelo-ke isikhathi-ke u-12:14 ama-seconds awekho-ke u-00 ngayo N12 freeway eBasonia.
Utloka lona jajilo 12:14 18 seconds ufihla ka 12:16 31 seconds Versipulaga N12 freeway Albertine Southwest Albertine.
And my Lord, from 12:14 and 18 seconds on that same day, we were driving in N12 freeway in Alberton until we got to 12:16:31.
Ngalelo langa lelo-ke lazo i-19 zika June 2020 ngayo u-12:14:18 kwaze bayofika-ke ngayo u-12:16:31 sihamba ngayo umgwaqo leyana u-N12 freeway e-Albertine kwaze sayofika-ke N12 freeway South Crest.
Salwana mo gape ka 12:16:31 seconds ra tlaka no 8 okay Garden 2026 19 12:18 00 seconds and then Ratlaka N3 and Fontaine 108 Jimiston.
On the same day at 12:18 and 00 seconds, we then drove into N3 freeway in Elandsfontein.
12:18:10.
Yes.
Okay. Ngazo i-19 zika June 2020 ngayo isikhathi-ke u-12:18:10 ngayo N3 freeway e-Elandsfontein 108 eJemiston.
Then Salwana mo jajileo 2026 19 12 19 11 seconds Rasplaga N3 freeway Albemarle Jimiston.
And on that same day at 12:19 and 11 seconds, we were driving in N3 freeway Albemarle in Jamestown.
Ngalo lelo langa-ke lange-19 zika June 2020 12:19 ama-seconds awu-11-ke sihamba ku-N3 freeway e-Albemarle eJemiston.
Albemarle.
Albemarle, sorry about that.
I apologize, my Lord, it's Albemarle.
Albemarle-ke ngiyakholisela lokho.
Omer Salwana mo wake at 12:19 42 seconds near N3 freeway for Woods Park Albertine.
And on that same day, my Lord, at 12:19 and 42 seconds, we were driving in Fairworks Park in Alberton. Fairworks Park.
Sorry. ngalo lelo langa-ke lange-19 ka-June 2020 12-1942 sasihamba-ke ku-N3 freeway eFarrenburg Park, Alberton.
Salwana mo gape ka lona letšatši le go tloga ka 12-20-33 go fihla ka 12 e sa le di 19 gape 12-21-25 seconds re feta road N3 freeway road e Kop Germiston.
And my Lord, on the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 12:20 and 33 seconds, we joined N3 freeway in Radio Kop in Germiston up to 12:35 up to 12:21 and 25 seconds, and we were still in N3 freeway in Radio Kop in Germiston.
Ngazo-ke i-19 ka-June 2020 usuka ngayo-ke u-12:20-33 kwaze kwayoshaya-ke u-12:21-25 sasihamba ngawo-ke umgwaqo lwa N3 freeway i-Rode Kop 139 eGermiston.
Salwana letšatši lo gape ka nako ya 12:23-55 seconds re sepela ka yona tsela eo near Barry Mares Road Freddy Boss go fihla ka 12:24-15 seconds.
And on the same day from 12:23 and 55 seconds, we were now driving in Barry Mares Road in Freddy Boss in Boksburg until 12:24 and 15 seconds still on the same road.
Ngalo lelo langa lelo-ke kusuka ngayo-ke ku-12:23-55 kwaze kwayoshaya-ke 12:24-05 u-12:24-05 sasihamba ngawo-ke umgwaqo-ke abathi yi-Barry Mares eFrede Boss eBoksburg.
Umera sepela gape sana letšatši le 20:25-45 seconds re tsena ka Bierman Road Foslo Ras Extension 29.
And on the same day at 12:25 and 45 seconds, we joined Irmar Road in Fosloras Extension 29.
Ngalo lelo langa-ke ngo-12:25-45 sase singena-ke eBierman Road umgwaqo-ke iBierman eFosloras Extension 29 eFosloras.
Bierman Road Fosloras ke mo Court le gaufi le police station.
And Bierman Road, it's at Court near the police station, my Lord, in Fosloras.
Umgwaqo-ke iBierman police station iseduze kwe-court eFosloras.
Umeka lona letšatši le 12:26-16 seconds ka tima koloi.
And on that same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 12:26 and 16 seconds, I switched off the ignition.
Ngalo lelo langa lelo-ke isikhathi-ke u-12:36 ama-seconds awu-16 la ngacisha khona-ke imoto.
And where were you at that stage?
Lebelele kae kana nako eo?
Re le mo gating ya court.
We were at the court gate.
Ngaleso sikhathi-ke sasise-gate-ini-ke noma esangweni-ke lasenkantolo.
Umeka 13:26:02 ka starta koloi gape.
And on the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 13:26 and 2 seconds, I ignited the vehicle.
Ngalo langa lelo-ke lange-19 ka-June 2020 isikhathi-ke u-13:26 ama-seconds awu-2-ke ngadumisa imoto futhi.
And what was the reason?
Lebaka beileng,
Ke shootela truck ya dibotso.
I was moving for a truck that was bringing prisoners.
Ngangisukela-ke i-trucker eyayilethe iyiboshwa.
Umeka letšatši le 13:27 gape ka tima koloi.
And on the same day at 13:27 and 19 seconds, I switched off the ignition.
Ngalo langa futhi-ke ngaye u-13:27 ama-seconds awu-19 ngacisha imoto futhi.
Then ka tsena ka court.
And I went in court.
Ngapha enkantolo.
E ke feditše sona letšatši leo gape ka 14:04:08 seconds.
And when I was finished on the same day at 14:04 and 8 seconds,
Ngathi uma sengiqedile-ke ngalo lelo langa 14:04 ama-seconds awu-80
Ka starta ko le gape sa le ka mogare ga jarata ya tronko e re jarata ya court.
I ignited the vehicle once more whilst we were still in the courtyard.
Ngadumisa imoto futhi ke sise ngaphakathi konake amagceke asenkantolo.
Yes.
Salwana mo gape 1406 ke sepela near entry freeway for Sloras.
And on the same day at 14:06 and 35 seconds, I joined the N3 freeway in Fosloras.
Yeah,
Kwase
just,
kuthi ke ngayo ke 14:06:35 ngase ngihlangana ke noma umgwaqo ke u-entry freeway eFosloras.
but just before you proceed, when you switch off the ignition for the first time at 12:26:16, what happened?
Rene-
What happened to the accused?
Rene le tima koloi ka 13:26. Go diragetseng ka 12:26.
Re mo tsentšhitše the court cells.
We put him into the court cells.
Uma ngicisha ke imoto ngalesi sikhathi ke siwu-12:26 umsolwa ke na-ke subject sakhe kumasela asenkantolo.
Yes, and then what happened to him?
Napile gwa diragala eng ka yena?
O ile a tsena court.
He went into court.
Wangena enkantolo.
No, no, azange a tsene court. O tsene mo di-selling holding cells.
My apologies, my lord. He went into the court holding cells.
Ngiyaxolisaka kangenanga enkantolo kodwa wase eyogcinwa ke kuma-holding cells ke akhona lapho enkantolo.
Yes, the outcome thereof is on then Exhibit MM. Can you just put that on record?
Napile katlholo ile ya ba gona a shibo
The
botlhatsi
register,
bona
the self.
lena mo registereng mo go ngwadilwe eng
Can I help you?
le reng ba le thuse.
The long one. It's UU1.
Ke botlhatsi ba UU1.
Okay, ke ile go mmea kwa di-holding cells ka go bona motšhotšhisi.
After placing him at the I went to see the prosecutor.
Ngathi uma sengimshiyile ke kumasela alapho ke ngahamba ngayobona umshushisi.
Gomme molato wa zange ba o enrolla mo court roll-eng.
And the matter was not enrolled on the court roll.
Nokuthi ke icala lelo ke lalingekho kuhla lamacala ke asenkantolo ngalelo langa lelo.
Yes. Then what happened to the accused?
Napile molatofatšwa gwa diragala eng ka yena.
Re ra mtšea ra sepela le yena.
We took him and left with him.
Sase simthatha ke na ke msola sihamba naye.
Yes, thank you. You were on the N3 freeway
Lebelele mo
First
tseleng ya
Lawrence.
N3
at 14:06:35.
ka 14:06:45 55.
Ya re pele re tloga kwa court Sergeant Mabena o ile a lemoga gore o tlogetse dikhia tša gage le dikhia tša koloi le memory stick kwa Moroka.
When we
police
left
station.
the court, Sergeant Mabena noticed that he left his memory stick and his keys at Moroka police station.
Sathi ke uma siphuma ke lapho noma sesihamba ke lapho wase ebona ke yena ke uSergeant Mabena ukuthi wakhohlwa izikhiya zakhe kanye nayo ke memory stick yakhe epolice station yaseMoroka.
Gomme re le re boela morago botsebotse ne tshwanetse re re ile Phokeng re ra ba re feta re driver re boela back Moroka police station.
And when returning back, we were supposed to went to Phokeng. However, we drove back to Moroka police station.
Kwakufanele ukuthi ke sihamba ke siya ePhukeng kodwa saphoqeleka ke ukuthi ke asiqale ke eMoroka noma sibuyele khona eMoroka.
Gomme re le go tloga Fosloras court ra ba re tsena ka driver ka N3 freeway Fosloras
And
ka
when
14:06:55 seconds.
and when we left the Fosloras court, my lord, we drove into N3 freeway in Fosloras at 14:06 and 55 seconds.
Kwase kuthi ke ngo 1465 ama seconds ke awu 55 uma siphuma khona ke enkantolo ephosphorus sasihlangana ke nomgwaqo ke i-N3 freeway ephosphorus.
Salwana mo gape ka same day 14:07:35 ra feta gape N3 freeway free the Boksburg.
And on the same day at 14:07 and 35 seconds, we passed the N3 freeway Fred Boss in Boksburg.
Kwase kuthi ngayo ke 14:07:35 sahamba ngayo ku N3 freeway sadlula ke Fred Boss eBoksburg.
Salwana mo gape kana tšatši leo ka 14:09:12 seconds ra feta freeway road Cop 139 Jamestown.
And on the same day at 14:09 and 12 seconds, we passed the N3 freeway in Rodicop, the 139 in Jamestown.
Kwase kuthi ngalo lelo langa ke 1906-2020 u-14:09 isikhathi ama-8:12 u-N3 freeway sadlula ke Rodicop 139 eJamestown.
Fitlela gape kana tšatši leo 14:10:40 seconds ra ba re fetša freeway road Cop ka 14:11 tšatši leo ra ba re joina Heidelberg road Cop.
And on the same day at 14:10 and 40 seconds, that is when we were completing the N3 freeway Rodicop, and we were then at 14:11 and 10 seconds joining the Heidelberg road.
Kwase kuthi ngaseke ngesikhathi ke esu-14:10 ama-seconds awu-40 ila esiqedelela khona-ke lo mgwaqo lo N3 freeway kwathi ngo-14:11:10 sabe sesiphumana-ke noma sesihlangana-ke nomgwaqo-ke i-Heidelberg Rodicop Jamestown.
Go fitlela kana tšatši leo ka 14:14:10 seconds ra ba re tšwa Heidelberg road ka 14:17 re tsena ka Ring Road East New Market.
And on the same day at 14:14 and 10 seconds, that is when we were off-ramping at Heidelberg Road in Ilatsfontein, and at 14:17:05, we then joined the Ring Road East in New Market, parts in Alberton.
Kwase kuthi ke ngayo ke u-14:14 ila esesimanje sesiphuma khona-ke noma siqeda khona-ke uhamba ngayo umgwaqo i-Heidelberg. Kwase kuthi ngo-14:17 singena-ke kumgwaqo i-Ring Road East e-New Market Park e-Alberton.
Re sepetše ka yona Ring Road East New Market Alberton o fihlela ka lona letšatši le 2026 19:15:26 ke ge re tlo joina ka 15:27 re tlo joina Helston Street New Red Roof Alberton.
And we proceeded on that same road, my lord, and 15:27, that is when we joined New Road West in New Redhurst in Alberton.
If I can take you back, I'm sorry.
Sihambile-ke ngawo lo mgwaqo lowo kwaze kwayoshaya-ke u-15:27:40.
Yes.
15:27:40 ila esesihlangana khona-ke nomgwaqo-ke i-Ring Road West e-New Red Road e-Alberton.
At 14:20:35 seconds, it shows that the ignition is off near Ring Road East, New Market, Alberton. Can you remember what the reason was?
Ka 14:20 le metsotswana e 35 go bontsha gore koloi ile ya tima mo Ring Road East. Besa go pla gore le bakabeleng
ngo-14:20 ke kuyatshengisa-ke la ukuthi imoto-ke yayicishiwe-ke e-Ring Road. Usakhumbula ukuthi isizathu kwakuyini?
If go gopola botse re eme samorara ka metsi if ke sa gopola botse.
If my memory serves me well, we stopped somewhere and bought water.
Uma kuwukuthi ngisakhumbula kahle khona la esemakhona-ke sathenga amanzi.
Napile ka 14:36 ra starta go le ra sama gape.
And at 14:36 and 59 seconds, we started the vehicle and drove off.
Ngokuthi ke ngo-14:36 ke ila esadumisa khona-ke imoto sasesehamba futhi.
At which place did you buy water?
Ke kae tulong yewe e le rekileng metsi go yona?
I mean, is it a retailer? Is it a garage?
ke eng ke lebenkele
convenience
goba
store or
ke
do you
garage
remember what,
goba
what,
ke eng
what type of place that was?
e be le tulo e jwang
ukuthi indawo enjani ke la enathenga khona ke amanzi kwakuyistolo kwakusegarage kwakuphi nendawo nje
Gola botse ka molo ga ke sa pola re tsene Pick n Pay or kae mara ke mogara ga molo ya re ma garage.
we went into a mall. I do not know which store exactly, whether was it Pick n Pay or which store, but we did not stop at a garage.
azange simeke egarage uma kuukuthi ngisakhumbula kahle ke ilapho na ke eyitolo angisakhumbula noma ukuthi sangena ePick n Pay noma kuphi nendawo
And for whom were these purchases?
Le be le rekela mang?
Be rekela nna le Mabena le Ntanzi.
I was buying for myself, Mabena and Ntanzi.
ngangithengela mina uMabena kanye futhi noNtanzi
Do you remember what you bought for accused, Mr. Ntanzi?
La gore yena Ntanzi le mo reketseng.
Mo reketse metsi le di-Simba chips.
We bought water and Simba chips for him.
usakhumbula ukuthi uNtanzi yena wamthengelani amthengelaka amanzi kanye namasimba chips
Yes.
Le ka tswela pele.
Re le ra reila gape ra sepela.
We drove off.
Yeah, it shows that between 1442 and 1457 the car was idling.
E bontsha gore go tlogela ka 1442 go fitlhella ka 57 kolo e bentse e duma.
njengisake la ukuthi ngayo u1442 kwaze kwaba u1457 imoto yayiduma
In fact, up until 1522,
Botse e bontsha go fitlhella ka 1522.
uma ubheka ke njengisake nomkhombisa ukuthi yayiduma ke kwaze kwayoshaya u1522
Be re feta re ema diroboto ke mo dirobotong.
This is where we were passing the robots and this is where we stopped.
ila esasifika khona ke kuma robot bese siyama khona
O mer sa lo gona mo gape 2026 19 15 25 55. We re driver ka yona King Ring Road East New Market Albertine.
And on the same day at 15:25 and 55 seconds, we were driving in Ring East New Market Park in Alberton.
kuthi ke ngazo i19 lezo zika June 2020 isikhathi 1525 55 kona ke umgwaqo iRing Road East New Market Park eAlbertine sasihamba kawo
O fitlela ka 15 27 30 seconds ra tsena ka Helston Street Red Roof.
And at 15:27 and 30 seconds, we went into Helston Street in New Road in Alberton.
kwaze kwayofika ke ngayo u1527 nama seconds awu30 singena kusona ke istrada eHelston eNew Red Road eAlbertine
O meka la tšatši le 15 27 40 seconds. Ra tsena e sa le yona Ring Road West New Red Road.
And at 15:27 and 40 seconds, we were still at Ring Road West in New Red Road in Alberton.
kwase kuthi ngaye ke u1527 nama seconds awu40 samba ngayo ke samba ngayo eRing Road West eNew Red Road eAlbertine
Mela tšatši le 15 29 55 seconds. Ra tsena ka Fort Reke Road New Red Road Albertine o fihla ka 15:30 5 seconds.
And on the same day, my lord, of the 16th of the 19th of June in 2020, we went into Voortrekker Road, New Red Road in Alberton at 15:29 and 55 seconds.
ngalo lelo langa lelo ke langa 19 ka June 2020 ngayo ke u1529 55 zeshaya ke u1530 05 sahamba ngayo ke eFortrekker khona ke eNew Red Road eAlbertine
Lona le tšatši leo gape ka 15:30 20 seconds ra joina N12 Freeway Albertine.
On the same day, at 15:30 and 20 seconds, we joined the N12 freeway in Alberton.
kwase kuthi ke ngayo u1530 ama seconds awu20 sasesikhumana-ke nomgwaqo i-N12 freeway e-Alberton.
fihlela ka 15:31 39 seconds re fetsa go tswa mo freeway N12 re Alberton ra joina N12 freeway Basonia ka 15:34 02 seconds.
And we were on the N12 freeway in Alberton until 15:31 and 39 seconds. That is when at 34 and 2 seconds we joined N12 freeway Basonia in Johannesburg South.
Kwaze kwashaya-ke u-15:31 sihamba ngayo-ke i-N12 freeway e-Alberton kwaze kwaye u-15:34 nama-seconds awu-2 uma sesikhumana-ke nomgwaqo i-N12 freeway eBasonia.
Ume o tloga ka 15:35 00 seconds o fitla ka 15:35 45 seconds re salmo ra joina ra feta N12 freeway Glen Eagles and N12 freeway Cederdorp Johannesburg South.
And at 15:35 and 00 seconds we were in N12 freeway in Glen Eagles Johannesburg until 15:35 and 45 seconds where we joined Said Road in Johannesburg South on the same freeway N12.
Asasihamba lapho-ke kwaze phakathi kwabo 15:35 15:35 00 no 15:35 la sasikhona-ke ku-N12 freeway eGlen Eagles kwase kuthi ngo-15:35 45 sihamba kuyona-ke u-N12 freeway eSaderport eJohannesburg South.
Salona the 19th of June 2020 ka 15:36 10 seconds ra be re tsena N12 freeway Winchester Hills Johannesburg South.
On the same aforementioned date at 15:36 and 10 seconds, that is when we were now driving at N12 freeway Winchester Hill Johannesburg South.
Ngalo lelo langa-ke ngo-15:36 10 sase singena-ke ku-N12 freeway eWinchester Hills Johannesburg.
Recipe ka yona Salana Chachelela 2026-19 o fitlela ka 15:37 25 seconds re tlogela N12 freeway Ridgeway re tsena ka 15:38 N12 freeway Arlington.
We used the same road, my lord, up until at 15:37 and 25 seconds. That is when we left Ridgeway and joined Arlington.
Sihambile-ke ngalo mgwaqo leyo-ke kwaze kuphela ngo-15:37 25 ila esesishiya khona-ke leyo mgwaqo leyo-ke i-N12 freeway i-Ridgeway kwase kuthi-ke ngo-15:38 sayojoyina-ke i-N12 freeway i-Arlington.
Ka 15:39 55 seconds ra rejoina Old Potchefstroom Road Deep Kloof 319 IQ Johannesburg South.
At 15:39 and 55 seconds on the same day, we then joined the Old Potchefstroom Road in Deep Kloof 319 IQ in Johannesburg South.
Kwase kuthi-ke ngo-15:39 55 sasesiyoxhumana-ke nomgwaqo i-Old Potchefstroom e-Deep Kloof 319 IQ Johannesburg.
Recipe ka yona tsela ya go fitlela ka 15:41 00 seconds.
We used the same road, my lord, until 15:41 and 00 seconds.
Sihambile-ke ngawo lo mgwaqo leyo kwaze kwayoba ngo-15:41 nama-seconds-ke u-00.
And then 15:41 ke re tsena salona mo near Old Potchefstroom Road Deep Kloof Soweto.
And at 15:41 and 10 seconds, that is when we were now at Old Potchefstroom Road in Deep Kloof 319 IQ in Soweto.
Kwase kuthi ngo-15:41 nama-seconds awu-10-ke la sesiyongena khona-ke noma sihlanganake nomgwaqo-ke i-Old Potchefstroom e-Deep Kloof 319 IQ Soweto.
15:43 15 seconds we re feta Old Potchefstroom Road Deep Kloof Zone 6.
At 15:43 and 15 seconds, that is when we were passing the Old Potchefstroom Road in Deep Kloof Zone 6 in Deep Kloof.
Kwase kuthi-ke ngo-15:43 ama-seconds awu-14 esidlula khona-ke e-Old Potchefstroom Road e-Deep Kloof Zone 6.
Go fitlela re sa spela ka yona Old Potch Road Deep Kloof Zone 6 o fitlela ka 16:03 15 seconds.
And we were driving on the same road of Old Potchefstroom Road in Diepkloof Zone 6 until 15:03 and 15 seconds. Yes.
Okay. Sambileka ngawe lo mgwaqo loyo kwaze bayoshaya ke u1603. Samba ngawe umgwaqo loyo Old Potchefstroom Road at Diepkloof Zone 6.
Go fihlela ka 1608 re tlo joina Chris Hani Road Klipspruit.
Until 15:06. 16:08, my lord, when we joined Chris Hani Klipspruit.
Kwaze bashaya ke u1608 uma sesihlangana noma sesifumana nomgwaqo iKrizani eKlipspruit 318 eSoweto.
Omega 1613 15 seconds, of fihla 1614 55 seconds, where se pelaka Chris Hani Road Dlamini.
And from 16:13 and 15 seconds, we were driving in Chris Hani Road in Dlamini.
Ngaso ke leso sikhathi leso phakathi kwa 1613 1614 sihamba ngaso ke lo mgwaqo loyo ke iKrizani eDlamini eSoweto.
Omega salona letsatsi leo gape 1616 05 seconds, where se pelaka near Boma Street Dlamini Soweto.
And on the same day of the 19th of June at 16:16 and 05, we were driving at Koma Road in Dlamini, Soweto.
Naye ke u161605 sasibistrada ke ikoma eDlamini eSoweto.
And then kala letsatsi leo 1616 53 seconds ke tsena ka jarata ya Mkhalima Street Moroka Police Station.
And on the same day at 16:16 and 53 seconds, that is when I went into the yard of Moroka Police Station in Mkhalima Street.
Katima Koloi.
16:53 yila engena khona kumadzekeke epolice station eMkhalima Street eMoroka naseDishimon.
And I turned off the ignition of the vehicle.
Sergeant Mabena fologa a ilonya kana le motho na le mo officing a shilling dikiatara le memory stick.
And Sergeant Mabena went out of the vehicle to go and look for that particular person who was in the office where he left his keys and the memory card.
Waseke ehlake
Memory stick.
Ehlake emotweni uSergeant Mabena eyake eyobheka ke umuntu wayeke kuhhovisi lelo awashiya kulona ke ikhiya kanye nayo ke imemory stick.
A ke tsona o khona o mo fumana be angaruri le go bua are o re wa tla motho o re meemele o sa le go jana.
I do not know how was he able to get hold of that person, because when he came back, he said that person had asked that we should wait for him as they were still far.
Angazi ke ukuthi ke wamthola kanjani ke leyo muntu loyo, kodwa ke wase ecela ke ukuthi asimlindeke ngoba ke leyo muntu leyo wayesekude.
Yes. The fact of the matter is that you had to wait. Is that correct?
Lilela fela jaliye.
Well, what Sergeant Mabena said is hearsay, so you had to wait. Yes.
Ka gore bele la botlhano batho ba chaishitse.
Yes, it was on Friday and people had knocked off.
Kwadingeka ukuthi silinde lapho ke ngoba ke kwabuwo lesihlanu abantu babesebemleke emsebenzini.
Kamera ga di irinyana shuru di memo o ila tsena gape Sergeant Mabena a bua le dikiatse tsa le memory stick.
After a few hours that we waited there, Sergeant Mabena then went in and came back with his keys.
Emuva ke kwamahora ke athize ke silindileke lapho wangena ke uMabena wasebuya nazo ikhiya zakhe.
Kana ba re medi iri tshepedi.
We might have waited 2 hours.
Kusengenzeka ukuthi salinda amahora amabili.
Bomme o lo kra dikiatsa ka starta motor gape ka same date 1828
And
30 seconds.
when he got his keys on the same day at 18:28 and 30 seconds, I ignited the vehicle once more.
Yes. Just one. Yes.
Uma sengidumisa ke imoto
1828.
after half past so am I.
And what time did you leave?
Re tswa kwa Moroka Police Station nearly 1833 ke joina Chris Hani Road.
When we left Moroka Police Station, it was at 18:33 and 30 seconds when I joined Chris Hani Road.
Masiphuma-ke lapho imoto kwaku-1833 masengena-ke eGrizana.
Please, my lord, we've reached the end of the normal court sitting time. Can we adjourn until tomorrow?
Okay.
Roster fit then up on your way. Fella Moji, which is a couple of the 12 philosophes.
We adjourn until tomorrow. 10.